Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The world fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, you're ready. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want to. I work super hard together, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some act of, I don't even know, terror, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
It's found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He has not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and he also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This can be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan Hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan Hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again when we're together and not again. Understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help
libertarians, and I'm always arguing with them. Hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire. And so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Oh no. Whoops. There we go. Oh shit. Sorry about that. I was just fixing a few things. What's up, boys? Does anybody else feel like a noticer when they don't want to be one? Like, so I saw this tweet and it was like, this lady talking shit or whatever. And like, but it was about the fact that Sabrina Carpenter was giving advice on writing music. And she goes, write what speaks to you and call men as stupid in as many ways as you can. Right? And like, I was like, all right, let me just look this up real quick. I was like, you know that song Man Child? Right? I was like, okay, you know that song Man Child, that where she was like, men, stupid. And then there was like the pigs in the bathtub and everything. I was like, all right. So like, what's going on there? And and so I was like, oh, who wrote that? I was like, oh, Jack Antonoff co-wrote it and co-produced it. And, you know, co means he wrote it and produced it. 11-time Grammy Award winner. That's cool. So, like, I could have stopped there, right? I should have stopped there. I'd have been so happy to just tweet out, oh, men are stupid, but you needed a man's help to help you write this fucking song, huh? But then I was like, all right, let me just go to early life and let me look at him real quick. And I'm like, oh, okay. Jewish guy who dated Lena Dunham and whose sister is a Jewish feminist activist in the fashion industry. And I was like, God damn it, I didn't want this. Like I didn't look at it being like, I bet he's a Jew. Like I just looked at it like, you know, I bet she didn't write this. And I was like a reluctant noticer in that moment, and I felt bad. Like I felt guilty. I felt guilty for knowing without having to look too. What's up, boys? Goy pilled. Where the fuck is my stream bot? Is it working or is it not working? Cloudbot, YouTube active. Okay. Let me test something real quick. There we go. Okay, all right. It's working now. Don't be anti-Semitic. I wasn't even trying to be. I was just like, look, man, you know, there's a subversive ideology amongst those people, you know, and a lot of nepotism. Just kind of happens sometimes. All right, let me get my shit straight. I don't have to try. Dude, good news today. Damn, wait until you realize what race the dude who debated Zulu was. It's the Jewishness that made him like that. We have to get rid of the Jews from libertarianism, boys. No more Rothbard. No more Mises. No more Friedmans. I support that message. No more Walter Block. All right, Walter Block has some issues. I don't want to get rid of Rothbard, though. Check out Risk of Rain 2 OST for more good shit. What are you, a paid employee? Oh, dude, a year? Hell yeah, Conaquin. Gold, coin it up, brother. Yeah, since that's happening, like, share, subscribe, join the Discord. Discord's where the go lives go. Can't really trust YouTube's go lives because a lot of people don't get them. You know, follow me on Twitter if you want to watch me be toxic or, you know, have weird opinions about my sexual proclivities towards black women, or get into a debate with Michael Leibowitz in the comments section, or, you know, whatever happens. A lot of crazy things happen over there. And like, share, and subscribe. But as always, you know, there's this sub goal for super chats. I respond to all super chats. Help a brother out. I changed it to Zulu coin today. Oh, dude, Rudy, thank you. Thank you. Unfortunately, it doesn't make this number go up, but I'm still super stoked by that. Thank you. Why is the alert box not making noise? There we go. Took it a second. Oh, Urban Adventures just got a membership. Dope. Hey, dude, I had to change the way I did my OBS because, like, YouTube's new update has been causing bitrate issues with Streamlabs. Hopefully that gets resolved soon. I changed my encoder, so maybe it'll be resolved immediately. But if the encoder doesn't fix it, I had to set it up so that I could just, like, end stream and restart stream, and then, like, you guys could just refresh and it would be doing the same stream as long as I didn't end the stream. But it means that I don't have a fucking chat bot. I don't have chat in, like, a nice little spot on the edge anymore. I either have to have it on my second monitor off to the side, or, like, you know, like, watch it delayed on the screen in tiny little letters. El Spiro, you cuckable. Ha ha. Is Spiro even in chat? Oh, Spiro is in chat. Oh. I did an interview with him, Panoverse. It was a really good interview. It was a good conversation. I kind of want to know, I want to talk to Spiro again so that I can just talk about the conspiracy theories, or non-conspiracy, you know, conspiracy theories that may or may not be true. Because look, the total murder, totally not a suicide, wink wink for legal reasons, of, you know, the whistleblower, that was his, friend Tucker Carlson shit was wild. And it was wild when it came out. Like, he was definitely whacked. I would be charitable to our poor streamer. Now review the material for our amusement. I will dance for you like the monkey I am, August Leo. Don't you worry. We'll get to it soon. I kind of want to talk to him about that because, like, apparently his, like, ex-boyfriend, Crypto Bro, got his house broken into and got his, like, Bitcoin and Ethereum stolen at gunpoint or some shit. Like, is Sam Altman just, like, the fucking coldest motherfucker on the planet? Like, what's going on? Because, like, having suspicious murder of your friend turned whistleblower, suicide, where he was dragged into the other room after he killed himself and he ordered DoorDash. He ordered food and, like, the camera stuff was cut and, like, he made plans, like total suicide that makes no fucking... Having that happen once is wild but believable. Having that happen again for a second person around you is like, that's Hillary Clinton shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's Clinton shit. Sam's physiognomy doesn't check out with his behavior. People said the same shit about me when I went on Tim Pool. They were like, physiognomy check failed me this time because I thought this dude was going to be a fat, useless loser soy boy. And then he turned out to be super based and knowledgeable, like history and fighting socialism. So, I mean, like, physiognomy check doesn't always work, boys. It's not like it's a heuristic. Remember that from last night, guys. It's a heuristic. Probably the Christian nationalists making moves and axing people. I don't think so. You and the other guy had opposites? Yeah, Counterpoints is a paid shill by a Democrat strategist and billionaire donor class to pretend to be a conservative. All right, hold on. Before we get started, I need you guys to tell me, what do I need? All right? Do I need the Milk for Santa Tuscany candle? Which just smells delicious. Not like your dirty mind went to. It just smells so good. Or am I going to rock the fucking Woodwick smoked vanilla, which smells like a campfire and has that relaxing background Woodwick sound? Do I need the Woodwick sound for this stream? Do I really gotta smoke vanilla Woodwick all the way? All right. We'll go smoke vanilla Woodwick for now. See if it keeps me relaxed before I start this bad boy. Based and goy-pilled as always, good sir. Hope you can give good commentary on this debate. Well, I mean, I hope I can give good commentary on the debate. I don't know. Maybe I'll suck. I've sequestered myself for the most part. Right? Like, obviously, I've seen a couple Twitter posts. I know Steel Opinion to Save the World is going to be a big thing. But also, I reviewed Zulu's opening statement, and, like, we talked about, like, my switch on bordertarianism, and like, so I don't know if that my arguments against bordertarianism as a bordertarian was like something like he wanted to hear about. So, like, we did a little bit of debate prep before this, so, like, obviously I know some of what's gonna be there even before it aired, but we'll see. You're gonna get frustrated with this debate. I heard that he didn't perform well. But also, the debate was at 8 p.m. Eastern. So it's like the debate starting at 1 o'clock in the morning for him. I feel like they could have settled on like a 6 p.m. or something, But yeah, we're just chit-chatting for another minute or two, and then we'll when we get to 6:30, we'll hop in and we'll get it going. I'm not gonna wait until 8 p.m. 2 hours into stream to start the content, just because, like, this is a big chunk of content to get through. He just really wanted this debate, been after it for over a year by this point. Yeah, but I mean, like, I feel like once he was, like, setting up, be like, can we do 6? Well, we'll see. I don't know. You know what I mean? You guys have a lot of opinions, and you get to experience this debate again vicariously through me, because because it's going to be my first watch of like all but like a 10-second clip I was like forced to see, right? So I haven't watched any of the actual debate. I know Zulu's opening statement, or at the very least I know the rough draft of it. So like, you know, I know a little bit about it. I kind of know likely where the arguments are. Big chunk Andrew S tape names. Ha 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 ha. What? What are you talking about, Panelverse? Dude, last night was some bullshit. Stream was crashing as I'm getting raided by Rob Norm. As Jebtan is like kind of waterboarding me to like, and the whole panel to discuss a debate I've only seen clips of so I can shit on Andrew. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. I disagree with some of his rhetoric for sure. You know what I mean? But like, you know, like what the fuck do you want me to say? Like, I can't confidently say anything about a debate I didn't fully watch. And also I fucking hate that shit. I hate like drama masked as like talking about how someone debates instead of just the fucking topic. It's like, dude, even if Andrew Wilson was like the devil, you know what I mean? Like, even if he was the devil incarnate, right? And all he did was exactly what he's doing. It's like, dude, these people are not the great enemies of like libertarianism like the politicians are, you know? It's like being strong-armed into like fucking trying to be like, yeah, and fuck the way he talked to Enemy Charlie, and being like, I don't know, I saw clips. It was so dumb. Tone policing sucks. Well, I don't even mind it. I don't even mind doing a drama stream about a debate if you just like tell me ahead of time so I can watch the debate. You know what I mean? Like at that point. But I appreciate all the money, and I do, but like 12 of you left. And I'm thinking they're probably all Liquid Zulus people because they're probably all on like a Linux system. Okay, sorry, 14 of you left. You're all on a Linux system and like you got hit with ads. Okay, 15 of you left. So almost half of you have left instantly or in like a 60-second window, which I'm assuming you're Liquid Zulu people, and you're not seeing this because you're trying to refresh the page because you got hit with ads and like your weird setup ad blocker system is kicking you out of the viewer count. 21 now. We went from 38 to 21 in like 2 minutes. Bitrate is getting killed? Nah. Stream is perfectly healthy. Stream is healthy on both ends. Yeah. But that's what happens when people have ad blockers sometimes is it'll hit them with a little wheel and kick them out of the concurrent viewers. I just think it's hilarious that the more libertarian, hardcore libertarian your audience is, the more that happens. Because like normies aren't watching the show, right? But if they are, they're using like Google Chrome. I just use YouTube Premium. I use YouTube Premium as well, mostly because I don't feel like dealing with the ads on my phone or on the TV, or like because I use the TV to put on like Christmas music or some shit, or like some nature video or something for the cats, and like I don't want them to be hit with like a 30-minute Sunday sermon ad from a preacher that's basically their whole show or some crazy shit. But also, it just means that like money goes to the creators, even if they're in ad limited revenue. It means that like instead of getting ads from me, they get a portion of the YouTube Premium, just like a super chat. They get 70%. And so like the people that I watch, I would rather the people that I watch get an equal amount of money instead of the people that have the non-controversial takes get like, more of the ad revenue that I'm generating. You know what I mean? So paying for YouTube Premium for me is a no-brainer. It's like, why the fuck do I want to make sure that all all the people that are saying the dangerous things get no money from me, and all the people that are doing like, 90, AI slop, I cut up this movie and it ended up in your shorts feed are the ones getting the money. Like, nah, fuck that. Andrew Wilson does need more pushback though. I said that with respect. Yeah, I'll push him back hard in a debate. But like push him back more from like a thing I've seen clips from that I haven't seen to talk shit on a panel that was supposed to be about big food companies. It's like, I'm just like, while my stream's crashing, I was just like, dude, this is fucking gay. Dude, Panelverse does love supporting all channels just by chatting and watch hours and thumbs up. I guess give them a follow, boys. Don't forget. I play music on YouTube and I don't want ad breaks. Dude, I should probably switch to YouTube Music, shouldn't I? If I'm already paying for YouTube Premium, why the fuck should I be paying for Spotify as well? I didn't even think about that. But like if I just started using the YouTube apps, like I'm already paying for premium. Like it's just like, that's just a subscription I can get rid of out of my budget. Is it really that good? I haven't looked at it in forever. I know that's not true. My dad uses it, but my dad doesn't pay for the ads. So like, doesn't pay premium. Sup, Chris? All right, so hopefully we don't have to reset stream. Hopefully later on tonight, after the stream has been going for like 3 or 4 hours, I don't start getting bitrate drops, because I am using just like the standard encoder instead of the AMD software. And maybe that was like a bigger issue than it was actually. But I've heard NVIDIA encoders were having the same thing too. So who fucking knows? But hopefully that like fixes the problem. Then we don't have to worry about it. But if we do, I've got it set up now to where I can just in the stream on Streamlabs and then just like reconnect, and then it'll like, you guys will take you like 30 seconds and it should come back on the same live stream. Hopefully. The can of mystery liquid, it's not a mystery liquid. Oh, it's yerba mate. It's yerba mate enlightenment. It's mint flavored yerba mate. Fabian, you should help Liquid Zulu with debating. Excellent philosopher, not that great of a debater. I don't know. I'll watch the debate here in just a second, but it appears to me that from most of the time that I see Liquid Zulu is that Liquid Zulu struggles to connect with normal people and struggles with the pathos and the ethos of rhetoric. But it doesn't seem like his goal is actually to talk to normal people at all. Right? Like it seems like his goal, right? Like as he described in his celebritarian video, is to only speak to the remnant, to only speak towards those hardcore libertarians out there that haven't, been picked up yet. And so like, I'm okay. I embrace the same strategy, but I do try and talk to normal people because I think there are normal people that could become the remnant, right? But just simply aren't now and need that narrative element and need ethos and need a friendlier face. But like, maybe it's good that both of us exist. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's good that I am a little bit more personable or charismatic, but don't have the fucking mind of a philosopher like Zulu does. You know what I mean? Like I don't consider myself. Whoa, that was so loud. Jesus Christ. I didn't realize how loud my notifications were set on my phone. Like, damn, it scared the shit out of me. Like my notification volume was loud as fuck. You know what I mean? Like it's I don't know, maybe both of us need to exist in our own niches. Like I think I kind of am here to like have a fuck England segment and tell some dick jokes and go on panels and talk about anime or fucking, red pill issues and things like that. And Liquid Zulu is needed to fucking be like, when you're, when some hardcore autistic person finds me on some random panel Zulu wouldn't be on, and then like they hop in here and I'm like, oh yeah, Liquid Zulu has a really good video on that. And then they, the random autistic spurg, goes to Zulu and vice versa. It's like, oh, if you just want to hang out and fucking, have a fun time, or watch some interview that's like friendly or more fun or different, I don't know. I just feel like we fill slightly different niches, and that's okay. I don't think Zulu is bad at debating per se. I just think that his goal is different. His goal is to speak to a specific 1 in 1,000 person, and my goal is to speak to a general audience, in the hopes of finding that 1 in 1,000 specific person. We're just doing it in 2 different ways. You and Praxman should tag team debate. You'd be unstoppable. Dude, Praxman's pretty good at debating. Praxman is, he's really, really good at research, I would say, and being able to quickly recall like the important study, historical work, or piece of data that is like relevant context to the argument they're making, because so many of them rely deeply on empirics, and then they'll bring up some study and be like, that author was debunked, he was a lying sack of shit that got kicked out of academia in 1927. And you'd be like, how the fuck do you even remember this? He's like, I've seen this piece of research before, and it's bullshit. Let me tell you why. Housing prices in Cuba are a lie. That's not how they do the data. And you'd be like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, he's really good at that shit. I don't know if he's super good at like the rhetoric either. Like, but he is still good. He is a walking fucking encyclopedia, though. That true, just true. I've chatted with a lot of libertarians in the politics Discord, and they think Praxman is bad at debating. Praxman's fine at debating. I think the biggest weakness Praxman has is like he sometimes lacks patience. So like you can get him really angry if you tell if a commie starts telling a bunch of lies, and then a moderator like cuts Praxman off mid argument or something to try and like reset the conversation or something, even if they're mostly impartial, Praxman starts to like kind of break a little bit. You know what I mean? And I maybe it's just like Praxman's the type of person that's just built for a formal debate, like Soho Forum. And so like I think he can have difficulties with like the online space that's a little bit more blood sportsy. But in a 2v2, like it might work out, right? Like it might be pretty good, because like I can like hop in those sections, let him recollect himself, and then let him come back with like, after he's like collected his thoughts, like with like the 3 pieces of fucking data that like perfectly disprove this bullshit that they're saying. Praxman can't be a libertarian because he's a Christian? By what means? By what metric is someone not a libertarian because they're a Christian? Like, I'm against Christianity, but like, what is the disqualifying thing there? It doesn't make sense. Zulu and Praxman on the Socialist Podcast was great. I don't know that I've seen that one. L cringe. He's a Christian. He'll put God's commandments above the nap. Okay. Which of God's commandments are against Christianity? I'm sorry, against libertarianism. Like, historically, God's made some nap violation demands. You know what I mean? Like, right? But like, you know what I mean? Like, if you want to go Old Testament, like fucking, Technically speaking, if God is real, right? If God is real, which he's not, but if he is, right? And objectivism and the philosophy of libertarianism is in certain things, certain existence exists is false, right? And the supremacy of of consciousness type shit, then we're in a different reality and all of our ideology breaks. But setting all that aside, if God is real, right, what if he's just the first user of the earth and all of this property is his, right? So if God commands it, you know what I mean? Like, then that was just, you were already on his property. Yeah, sure. Okay. Right. But like, you can't present a future situation that says if someone were to do something in the future, they would be committing a crime. Therefore, they're not a libertarian. Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, it's not anti-libertarian to say that. Now, if he says, you know what I mean? Like maybe if you catch him in something, God loves you so much that he made sin, which he hates. He hates it, and he put it inside you, who he loves. So you can't get rid of it, which he hates. He hates it. And then he sent his son, and then he loved his son, but his son took sin in him, and he hates it, so he killed him. If God is the first user, how would you be able to know? The good book. You done read all these books, but you ain't read the good book. Nobody saw Sunset Limited? It was a great movie. Yeah, Chris, you're just a fucking weirdo that has a hard-on against Christians. I have a hard-on against Christians too, but being like, but what if God commanded something and it was a violation of the non-aggression principle? It would be interesting to hear Praxman answer that question, right? Because then you could maybe make that argument. But if God, why would God do that? I don't know. Until the command, there's Schrodinger's libertarian. There you go. Praxman is Schrodinger's libertarian as a Christian. All right. Let's do this. All right, cool. It's already on the right. Who should I watch? Should I watch it from Zulu stream? We'll watch it from Zulu stream. Oh, it's only 3 hours. We might be able to get this done in 8 hours, boys. Who knows? This might be accomplished in 8 hours. What do you think? You think we can get it done in 8 hours, boys? We're going to watch it at 1.25 and see what happens. If I watch Zulus, I'll miss me and Idol's super chats. Like, did he end the stream early? Let's see, 3 hours, 19 minutes. Whereas Biblical Anarchies is 2 hours and 11 minutes. Oh, no, wait a minute. This is a different one. Why would you? Okay, hold on. 3 hours, 19 minutes on Biblical Anarchy podcast. 3 hours, 19. It's the same. I can get it in 4 hours because it's just going to be a lot of Dave Smith rambling the same shit. An 8 hour stream seems pretty goofy to me, dude. Well, fucking welcome to a real streamer. I don't know what to tell you. Streams go long sometimes. Like, fucking, what do you mean? Like, if your streamer is regularly doing 2 hour streams, they're probably not a streamer. They're probably a YouTuber that like is like a videographer that occasionally live streams. Like if like what you predominantly do is live streams, and you're probably going to have your regular streams are going to be like 3 to 8 hours. Dave Smith, dipshit Gambit, dipshit Dave Gambit. I didn't do a bingo card. I don't want to do a bingo card. I just want to point that out. The reason I don't want to do a bingo card is it's just extra shit. And like, it already takes me a long time to fucking react to things. Doing the bingo card is just adding another layer of things to do in this. So let's see what happens. QQQ, can you tell me how inflation a violation of the NAP? I mean, your question's not specific enough, and you didn't pay me for it. So at a minimum, you gotta like at me so it's easier to see, and formulate your questions so that it's, you know, so that I can like yeah, you know what I mean? Like, and also maybe don't have a leading question like, when did you stop beating your wife? Because like, what if I say it's not inherently, you know, what you know, etc.
What is a libertarian? Perhaps we need a Matt Walsh-style documentary for this one, but for now, we're going to see if we can figure this out. Tonight here, live in the LCI Green Room.
Is my... Okay, hold on. Biblical Anarchy. What the fuck is this video quality? Because, like, Scott Horton's book, very clear and crisp. These things, very clear and crisp. Like his books on the bookshelf are clearer than the image of himself. His microphone's like, what is happening? He's like washed out. Like, is he using like a bad webcam or something? What is happening?
See if we can figure this out. Tonight here, live in the LCI.
Yeah, this is... something's not right with his camera setup, right? Because he looks washed out, but then his eyes are red, and you can see like the lights are coming from above, because you can see like the light shining on his forehead, and then you can see when he looks down ever so slightly, he's his eyes get really red, like from the shadows of it, and it's like blurry in the one spot you want it to be crisp. We got to fix this.
Green Room. Well, hello everybody. Welcome to the Green Room. This is
Maybe he has like one of those cameras that like auto focuses, so he just needs to like snap or like make some movements by his face, and it'll work.
our live show at the Libertarian Christian Institute. Glad you are with us here. My name is Jacob Winograd. I am the host of the Biblical Anarchy podcast here, part of our Christians for Liberty network. And tonight I have the honor and the privilege of moderating a debate that at least quite a few people in the libertarian world have been wanting to see for a long time. If you're new here,
I'm just saying, this dude has beautiful green eyes. And the lighting and focus situation is giving him raccoon eyes that I don't even think he has, and making him blurry. We got to fix this, buddy.
Here to take a minute to tell you about us. LCI exists to make the Christian case for liberty and to explore how the gospel shapes our understanding of society, economics, and politics.
Half Hippo, the Libertarian Christian Institute, aka the Married Bachelor Institute. Oh, God.
And help Christians think clearly about freedom in a world that often pushes us in the opposite direction. So we're nearing the end of the year. And since we're a nonprofit, I'm doing the thing that all nonprofits are doing right now, which is asking you for your support. If you want to support what we do here, right now we have a matching fundraising campaign. Every dollar that's donated.
Hey, man, why are we talking shit on the Shure SMB no filter situation? All right. Like we rocking a Shure SMB no filter, no pop filter right now. But I have a de-esser. Okay. So it's, you know, I've like a digital de-esser, and I do have a cover. All right. The pop filter just adds extra shit in the way.
Between now and the end of the year is matched. So if you want to support the work we're doing here at LCI, you can go to libertarianchristians.com/donate. Now, tonight's debate grew out of conversations that I've had with both of the gentlemen we have tonight, but also just broader conversations happening in the libertarian movement right now. And the resolution that they've agreed to is this. Libertarians ought to bite the bullet and support zero restrictions on public property, and insist that it is always wrong to violate the non-aggression principle. So now,
that's so crazy. That's so crazy that a presumed libertarian to me. Like it's just crazy. Like it's like you won the debate with the proposition, regardless of how poorly Liquid Zulu does, or how amazingly Dave Smith does. Right? Like just in theory, right? Let's just say he just completely botches the entire thing. You have someone that is saying, I am a libertarian and I am taking the negative. I am not affirming the proposition that we ought that we ought not violate the non-aggression principle. Then what the fuck are you if you're taking the fucking you're taking the fucking the negative on the prompt, we ought not violate the NAP. Like at that point, you like you're admitting that you're not a libertarian from the very beginning. What the fuck is a libertarian at that point?
That is sort of two things, but they're connected, and I think the debate will demonstrate that connection there. But the real heart of this debate, and what I titled this stream as, is I think something deeper. It's what does it really mean to be a libertarian, and how do we apply our principles when the real world throws us curveballs? How do we stay faithful to the
I'm obviously a father. What am I doing that makes it so obvious that I'm a father? I don't know. What did I miss?
core idea of liberty without drifting into a rigid dogmatism or a kind of moral fog? Or to use the debate.
I mean, I'm using my XLR, and my XLR goes in my Studio V3 tube, physical for warm sound preamp that then goes into my Focusrite, but then it's connected with a USB-C to the computer.
In his own words, Dave often is warning libertarians against ideological possession or paralysis, and Zulu is warning against pragmatism and whim worship.
I don't understand this, where biblical anarchy is repeating the talking point from Dave Smith. Maybe we'll get into it. Hopefully Zulu attacks this. That's not what ideological possession is. Right? Like this concept of following principles is not ideological possession. That's not, like, ideological possession is a term from Jungian psychology. And I can only assume that Dave Smith has not read any Eric Neumann or any Carl Jung, and has, like, I can only assume that he has no concept of what ideological possession is. It's just one of those big words that Jordan Peterson made popular. And so he just uses it anytime someone is dogmatic or principled in their ideology. But that's not what ideological possession is. Ideological possession is when the ideology takes over your capacity to think, and you can no longer critically or rationally think because the ideology speaks through you, and you reach cognitive dissonance, or you reach dissonance with reality, and instead you become a vessel for the ideology itself, no longer capable of thinking. That doesn't seem to be his argument. I mean, maybe you can make the argument that, like, he's being irrational by not stealing a penny, but it's not like Liquid Zulu doesn't have arguments for it and isn't rationally thinking through it, right? He's not giving up on reason. He's just doubling down on reason. That's not ideological possession.
So I want to make it clear at the start, I like both Dave and Zulu. Dave introduced me to libertarianism, and he's constantly helping me with his podcast and the debates he does to analyze the moment we are in, the national global stage, from a libertarian perspective. Zulu has done commendable work on making the libertarian legal theory more accessible to people and explaining liberty and free markets in a way which utilizes current, cultural trends and humor and memery. And so, they've taken some shots at each other, which is part of the course on social media, just like libertarians fighting is part of the course for just our movement in general. But I think that this is a big win that we're having this debate, if we take a minute to zoom out, because for a long time, libertarians, at least when I joined the movement, it seemed like the debate was over whether we should be radical or if we should be given over to respectability politics and trying to brand ourselves as the more moderate and centrist option. These days, the debates are sharper and they're more philosophical, and it's almost like who's the more radical. And I think that's just a better place to be in, where people actually care about consistency, moral grounding, and the implications of our views. And so for my audience in particular, I want the Christians, especially who are watching this show, to understand the real practical question to this resolution, which is, what do we do while we are living in this very fallen and statist world, where public schools are indoctrinating and harming our kids, and government owns land and resources that it shouldn't, monopolizes services that it shouldn't? We want privatization.
Why is he already setting up the debate like in a pragmatist means? Like, the real question is, what do we do here in reality where the government is doing all of these things? Like, it seems like he's already attempting to like frame the conversation away from the proposition, which they both agreed to, into this like, but how can we be pragmatic, guys? Like, I don't like, it feels fishy.
But we're not there yet. So how do we navigate this in between without compromising our principles? So,
okay, like, oh, without compromising our principles. Okay.
I hope that this debate is going to be productive. I'm going to now go ahead and bring our debaters up onto the stage with me. To my left is host of Part of the Problem.
Also, Liquid Zulu, you have money now. All right. I know how much money I make streaming. I'm pretty sure you make more money than me and you have other sources of income. All right. Time to upgrade, brother. Time to upgrade. This is unacceptable. Okay. Jacob's camera looks like shit and yours looks worse. I don't know if we need to upgrade your internet. I don't know what we got to do. Okay. Okay, but we need to get off of like at a minimum, we need to get a good webcam, right? You don't have to necessarily do what I'm doing, right? Like I'm using a Canon EOS, right? And like, so like I've invested quite a bit of money into my video, but like, you don't got to do it to that degree, right? But like, come on.
Podcast, comedian.
Also, it looks like Dave's doesn't look that good either, which leads me to believe that this is stuck at 720p because he's not streaming at 1080, which is already, he is streaming at 1080, but it looks like he's capturing or putting it at
in a very successful.
I don't know. There's something weird going on with his camera too. So part of this might be whatever biblical anarchy's got going on.
Full comedian, despite what many of his critics try to say.
He's on Wi-Fi? He's on Wi-Fi? No, brother. No, brother. Like, go to fucking whatever equivalent they have of Best Buy. Okay? And buy a fucking Ethernet cable. What the fuck?
Otherwise, you know, I have that Dave Smith bingo card, and it's just always the very it's like they get this propaganda report. Make sure you say failed comedian Dave Smith, and then to my right is
So hold on, fucking bringing up the bingo card is kind of funny.
To us from across the pond, as it were, Mr. Liquid Zulu, host of his own channel, Liquid Zulu. Glad to have you both with me here tonight.
He's not a failed comedian. I mean, he's on Legion of Skanks and shit. Like, he's doing all right. Just because he's not fucking Shane Gillis getting invited to go fucking host Japanese sumo wrestling doesn't mean he's a failed comedian. He's doing fine as a comedian.
I think we're going to go ahead and get right into it. Zulu, if you want to go ahead and the way this debate's going to work is we're going to do opening statements, and then there'll be about they'll have an allotment of about 9 minutes each. And then after that, we'll go to just an open back and forth dialogue. And then probably about 30 minutes to the end, I'll start going and reading your guys' questions. Obviously, we'll prioritize super chats because there's probably just going to be a lot of comments tonight. I did want to, by the way, there was one comment though someone made at the outset, which I just thought would set the mood to be less serious. But free men die for $5. Thank you for that. Said my wife asked if her donut homestead made her look fat. I don't know if either of you have a good answer for that. That might be a real tough one. So. But thank you for that, Free Men Die. Zulu, if you want to go ahead and get us started with your opening.
Interesting. So you should make some joke about it. He should have, I feel like Zulu, to really win over the audience, right? Because like, here's the thing. Zulu right now is starting where the overwhelming majority of the audience goes, here's the crazy radical ANCAP who is like nipping at the heels of Dave Smith, and he's not grounded in reality in any way, shape, or form, right? And Dave Smith, even to Zulu's audience, can be funny. He's a fucking comedian. Like, so you like, if just a pro tip for the future, if before the debate starts, there's an opportunity to joke around a little bit and lighten the mood as an anarcho-capitalist to normie audiences, even a libertarian audience that's used to ANCAPs, to a normie audience, it's really good idea to set the tone that like you're not big mad. You're not like you don't have a stick up your ass. You're not a, like, frame the conversation that you're also another reasonable, chill dude, right? So like, just, and this isn't like a big critique of Zulu. Like, I get it, you know what I mean? Like, opportunities come, they go. But just saying, like, if you get an opportunity before the debate starts to kind of like joke around a little bit and even interrupt the framing that the moderator is trying to do, just to set the tone that, like, hey, we're all good people here, we're all fun, and then hop into your fucking opening statement and crush, way better than just like being quiet in that moment.
Statement defending again the resolution that libertarians bite the bullet and add restrictions on public property and to never violate the non-aggression principle.
Yeah, people definitely want blood, right? But like, he's got a whole crafted written statement for that, right? Like when you have a written statement, you don't have to worry that you're going to be seen as not going hard. You've already crafted that. Here's the thing: you have to remember that the audience are goldfish. Like, overwhelmingly, they are retarded and they have short memories, and so what most of everything that they do is based off of vibes, right? And so if you set a vibe in the beginning of like, oh, I'm a cool dude, that like they open up a little bit. They're like, oh, interesting. Like, you know, without even consciously thinking it, they subconsciously are like, oh, maybe this guy isn't so bad. And then you hit them hard and you shock them. Then they're like, oh, wow. And they're like kind of all out of sorts. And they get into like that zone of proximal development, right? Like, they get in the zone, they really listen. But if you just give them one emotion and it's the emotion they kind of already expected from a negative capacity from you, then it sets a bad tone from the beginning, and they'll close off their ears more. But this is like minor shit, you know. But it's just a tip for anybody out there.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully, I don't lag out too much. I did close everything possible down, so hopefully, not too bad. So. This is a compound resolution. It has two parts. First, that it is correct to bite the bullet and support zero restrictions on public property, and second, that libertarians ought to insist that it is always wrong to violate the NEP. First, biting the bullet is a question both of competent debate strategy and intellectual integrity. I will prove that the bullet biter is correct on both fronts. As far as debate strategy is concerned, it is simply not possible to win a debate on any resolution against sufficiently competent opposition if one is not willing to bite any bullets. For every possible position one may come to in philosophy, there must exist reductio ad absurdum against said position. There will always be certain edge cases for any thesis. For there not to be any such edge cases means that there is no edge, meaning that the thesis is fuzzy and ill-defined. When you ask absurd questions, you get absurd answers. If I were to ask
dude, when I read it the first time, I was like, you know, most people are going to be too dumb to understand this, right? And he was like, he's like, most of Dave's audience is so dumb they think that Dave won the debate against Andrew. Like, dumbing it down isn't really going to help me that much. And I was like, you know, is that true? And he was like, look at this tweet. And it was just his entire audience being like, you crushed Andrew Wilson. And I was like, oh, okay. All right. Maybe you were right to only speak to the remnant in this regard. And so, you know what I mean? So it's like, it might be fair to just fucking have like a wordy, nerdy intro.
It's fuzzy and ill-defined. When you ask absurd questions, you get absurd answers. If I were to ask a mathematics student how many apples Mary sold at the end of the year, if she sells double the apples each day, and on the first day she sold one apple, they would tell me that she sold more than 1.5 times 10 to the 110 apples. That is orders of magnitude more than the total number of atoms in the observable universe. It is not valid for me to counter this by saying how absurd mathematics is, because there's no way for a woman to sell that many apples. Ask absurd questions, and you get absurd answers, in ethics or anywhere else.
I didn't see that. I like that, Superboy boys. I don't know. That wasn't the apples thing. Wasn't in the draft I wrote.
The Christian ethic of thou shalt not steal. Taken literally, this means that the literal God of all of existence tells you that you should not steal a penny to stop the Martians from blowing up the Earth. The Christian certainly can't hold that God might have made a mistake when he gave that commandment, so the reductio stands against any internally consistent Christian ethicist. The choice is either to abandon the original principle entirely, or bite the bullet and stick to it. This is why it is simply bad debate strategy to refuse to bite bullets. As we've all seen previously, in his debate with Andrew Wilson, Dave spent hours conceding every obvious libertarian position to statist arguments, up to the point that he refused to even bite the bullet on conscription being inherently immoral. The refusal to bite bullets and ground his arguments in a solid philosophy has left him impotent and forces him to latch onto whatever philosophy is provided to him in the moment. A debate is a logical flowing of argument between opponents. There is a precise logical method that determines who has won a debate, and it does not depend upon claps or audience polling. If one participant refutes an argument from their opponent, and that refutation is not itself refuted, then that argument is considered lost for the opponent, and vice versa. What it means to not bite the bullet on some principle is to contradict that very principle. From this, it becomes trivial for one's opponent to flow through. So much for debate strategy. Biting the bullet is also essential for intellectual integrity. Integrity means that one is morally uncompromised. It is loyal.
Yeah, I think the intellectual integrity argument is kind of more important because I think the way that people define winning in argumentation in these online debate spaces is about popularity and about how people have perceived who has or hasn't won. And if that is how you define winning, the debate, it's very high time preference. And Zulu's wrong. But like, if the definition of winning is did you make superior logical arguments and did you push people and the audience and your philosophy forward, right? Did you actually move minds towards your position? Well, you can't move minds towards your position if you're conceding position and only selling the concept of vibing that you won because you were more likable. That makes Liquid Zulu 100% right. The issue is that like there's so many dumb people that will disagree that it almost seems like you're in this situation where you're Hannibal Buress going, why are you booing me? I'm right. You know what I mean? Like, because the crowd's booing.
To one's rational convictions and values, the policy of acting in accordance with proper principles. Whenever one finds themselves unwilling to bite the bullet, this means that they have abrogated a principle that they are attempting to uphold as true. They are trying to cheat reality on the altar of their random whims or cowardly sacrifice. They are giving up the true, the good, reality, for the false, the bad, nothing. This is the very mark of the disintegrated soul. Public property is merely one such...
I remember reading that too, the disintegrated soul, and I was like, oh, okay, all right.
False, the bad, nothing. This is the very mark of the disintegrated soul. Public property is merely one such instance of this general principle that libertarians must bite the bullet on. Indeed, the principle still applies here. What does it mean for there to be zero restrictions on public property? What it means that the government becomes completely laissez-faire with respect.
Yeah, this is like crazy to me too. Is like Dave Smith knows that like he doesn't actually have to address any of these arguments. And you know how I know? Because at no point does he pick up a pen and paper. At no point does he start jotting down notes of his arguments. Right? Like maybe he asks for a transcript of his intro statement and then they go through the arguments in the intro statement. I'm going to give that a 0% chance that happened because I would have heard if that happened. Right? He's not taking any notes. So he's just like, he's letting it, he's glazed over waiting for his turn to speak, which means he's going to meme this whole debate.
Back to it, that they will not interfere with it whatsoever. That is, it becomes immediately open to homesteading and can be rationally allocated to its most value-productive use. Dave has, in the past, attempted to strawman the zero restrictions position by sneaking various restrictions through the sally port. For instance, by positing a scenario where the government is still forcing people onto public property, preventing them from leaving, and in general maintaining the commons. Take a prison. Imagine if I were to say that the warden and the guards implemented a policy of zero restrictions imposed upon the prisoners with respect to the prison or any other public property. This would directly imply that the prisoners could simply walk out of the front door and nobody would stop them. Preventing people from leaving is a restriction also. But when it comes to reductions around this same policy implemented in all public schools, Dave holds on to the premise that people are still being forced to go and stay there. This is still a restriction. Imagine what it truly means for this policy to be applied to all public property. The state could have no permanent basis of operation, no courthouses, no White Houses, no military bases.
Which, by the way, like he hit on so many things, and it's like it's glossed over here. But that argument that Liquid Zulu made just then just completely destroys all of the insane rhetoric that has come from Dave, especially regarding philosopher, where he talked about how like, some things are worth killing people over and shit, right? Like he has completely destroyed that entire argumentation, that entire argument, because it's very clear that he's sneaking in the premise of state restrictions.
In fact, no state-owned guns or cars. These are also public property of the polis. They are public servants, after all. If this policy were followed tomorrow, the state would be immediately reduced to a band of nomadic savages, completely incapable of maintaining a federal tax collection apparatus, war machine, welfare state, Federal Reserve, or pretty much anything else. They would be instantly turned into the random thief who waylays one on the side of the road in some Lysander Spooner hypothetical, a much preferable alternative to the current situation. I will bite that bullet 10 times out of 10. We absolutely should support the scenario of zero restrictions on public property. We are all faced with a choice when presented with such reductions ad absurdum. Either we find some way to deal with these problems within the objective framework of the NEP, or we abandon the NEP, throw up our hands, and claim that the principle is useless. I wonder what the philosophical term is for that latter option. Pragmatism, perhaps? This is the option that Dave has taken on this front. Instead of trying to work out NEP-compliant solutions to the problems he sees with public property, he reaches towards government solutions to what is decidedly a government problem. He wants to set the entire US
Real quick, did Dave even watch the video that Liquid Zulu made before him? Because like, I don't know what Dave's debate prep is, but it was really obvious that he did zero prep for the Andrew Wilson debate. Did he prep at all for this one?
Military at the task of
Did we
shutting
ever
down
find out?
immigration. He wants this shit shut down by any means necessary. The second half of our resolution is that libertarians ought to insist that it is always wrong to violate the NEP, and what it means to be a
20
libertarian, I
minutes.
quote Dave Smith. Libertarianism is the belief in self-ownership, private property rights, and the non-aggression principle. That is the best philosophically sound definition of it, which isn't circular. So, libertarianism must include a belief in the non-aggression principle. Thus, if they are to be intellectually honest, they must insist that it is always wrong to violate that principle. This is what it means for something to be.
I had heard in a prior podcast that he had said he only watched 20 minutes of it, but I'm just wondering if like between then and the debate Thursday, whether or not he actually watched it.
A principle in the first place. As Binswanger states it, a principle identifies an action that is required by the facts at hand. To violate a principle is to act as if what is required were not required, a contradiction. The oft-heard excuse, just this once, means it's safe to accept just this one contradiction. But accepting a contradiction undercuts the whole structure of one's knowledge. It forces a puzzle piece into a space it does not fit, spoiling the overall picture and leaving no place to put the right piece. Thus, for Dave to maintain that libertarians ought not insist that it is always wrong to violate the NEP, he must either prove that intellectual dishonesty is a virtue, or he must disprove the NEP, and show that those people should therefore not be libertarians in the first place. I have already intimated that intellectual dishonesty is a vice, but allow me to explicate that point further. Intellectual dishonesty requires that one is attempting to cheat reality for some imagined gain, but this relies on the premise that one's desires, whims, one's conscious action has primacy over existence. But the very opposite is the case. Existence has primacy over consciousness. The alternative is nothing more than a stolen concept fallacy. Consciousness means consciousness of something, of something, of existence. Thus existence is logically prior to consciousness, and consciousness cannot be the primary. A vice is that which is anti-reality, evasion. Evasion is the active disintegration of concepts, turning one's consciousness away from its objectively proper role in perceiving reality and towards imagining up a fancy world inside one's head. Any endorsement of the primacy of consciousness is necessarily a vice, so intellectual dishonesty is a vice. So much for intellectual dishonesty. Dave's other escape hatch is to disprove the NEP, thus showing that libertarians ought not insist that it is always wrong to violate the NEP, because they shouldn't be libertarians in the first place. On this, I point you towards my argumentum e contrario, which proves the NEP to be true. First, the problem that law tackles is that given the fact of scarcity, conflicts are possible. So how should a man deal with conflicts? There are three possible answers. 1, the law of the jungle, do what thou wilt, might makes right, don't bother with the question, etc. 2, the non-aggression principle, avoid conflicts. And 3, mixed law, something in between these two. Both the law of the jungle and mixed law are false because both reduce into the primacy of consciousness. Thus their only remaining option, the NEP, must be the true principle of law. In summary, I hold that libertarians ought to bite the bullet and support zero restrictions on public property, and insist that it is always wrong to violate the NEP. We ought bite the bullet because it is both competent debate strategy and a requirement of intellectual honesty, which is a virtue. We ought support zero restrictions on public property because it would destroy the state overnight and lead to a world which is much more compliant with the NEP. And we must insist that it is always wrong to violate the NEP because
Why is it that Dave is like almost secretive with his vaping? You notice that? Like you can see him like jonesing for the vape, and then he's like in a little moment. It's like it's goofy.
it is a true principle and dishonesty is a vice.
All right. Thank you, Zulu. Dave, go ahead and give us your opening statement.
Sure. Well, thank you to both of you guys for doing this. I appreciate it. I think let me just start by saying, Zulu, like I think that I think you're a very good libertarian, and I think that I saw the video. The only video I've watched of yours that was not about me was the one that you had that went viral. Or I don't, not that it's the only one, but it had like 500,000 views, and it was you tearing apart socialism and quoting Ludwig von Mises and all this stuff, and I thought it was really good. And I just wanted, like, you've obviously said some things that I find disrespectful about me that I think are out of line and wrong, but like, I do appreciate that you're a young guy who's spreading these ideas. I think that was like, even just what you put together right there was very impressive. I just see a whole lot of holes in it. I hope we can talk about that in the show, but I guess my opening would be this.
What is this like appeal to friendship thing? What is this? Make your argument, dude. Like you've thrown down the gauntlet. Like quit being so gay about this. This is a debate. Like fucking, you know what I mean? Like you've been challenged. You've had multiple opportunities over years to take this seriously or to take any level of criticism. You've dismissed him until he was large enough to be a threat. And now that he's large enough to be a threat, you want to act like a father figure to him and like a buddy and man, I love a young guy and oh, you're doing great work. Man, shut up with the compliments and make a cogent argument. Like this false fucking fake bullshit is so disgusting and so transparent. You do not fucking like Zulu. Stop pretending like you like Zulu. You've been calling him a nothing and irrelevant and not worthy of your time and ignoring his critiques for like a year and a half at least. And now you want to be like, oh, I saw like one thing that went viral, and even that is like a fucking sneak diss of like, yeah, all your other shit is like, all your other shit is like, kind of, I didn't really watch any of that other stuff, but I saw one clip that went viral. Cool. And it was good, man, and I liked it. Like, quit your false, like, you're so transparent. Like, this is so dumb. Like, just make an argument.
Did either of you, have you guys, you ever seen or read Mozart Was a Red? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's yeah, so it's Murray Rothbard.
Have you never done a debate before? Like, why are you asking questions in your intro statement? Like, he's trying to disarm the energy that's coming at him with this rhetorical trick of like, hey, you guys ever check this out? Oh, we're just buddies having a little fun podcast. Like, no, dude, make your fucking argument. Zulu has fucking put forward this giant refutation of your philosophy and of your practices and put forward a definition of libertarianism and what libertarianism ought be and how you are failing to do that. Like, attack, defend your position or attack why his is wrong. Like stop trying to disarm your opponent with this fake kindness.
A play about his about it's yeah, so it's Murray Rothbard wrote a play about his experience with Ayn Rand, and it's pretty hilarious, at least I thought. And it's one of the things, like, the character that plays Ayn Rand is like, Murray Rothbard comes to her apartment because he had written her a letter saying how great Atlas Shrugged was, and like he sits down and the Ayn Rand character is like, would you like a cigarette? And he's like, oh, no, thank you, I don't smoke. And she goes, what do you mean you don't smoke? And she's like, why not? And he goes, I don't like it, I don't know. And she goes, you allow your subjective whims to dictate your decision making or something? And anyway, he's needling Ayn Rand. And the point is that a lot of people just in the objectivist tradition get into this habit of pretending that very clearly subjective things are objective statements, that they are deducing from first principles and their unified theory of everything when they make a claim like Dave Smith is bad, embarking on a bad strategy, or he's bad for the movement, when that is so clearly, obviously, almost, look, even if any of us have an opinion on what the right strategy is to get from wherever we are now into anarcho-capitalism, it is so obviously not an objective fact what any one strategy is. Who the hell knows? I mean, I likely think it's a better strategy to run Ron Paul people than Gary Johnson people, but I don't even really necessarily know that that's the case. In fact, it could be a bad strategy for.
So he's attacking an argument that Zulu didn't make, right? Zulu made an argument that it is logically bad to give up on reductios and to adopt the whims of those and that you have objectively lost the argument from a logical position. He at no point in time did he make the argument, though he has before, but at no point in time in here is he making the argument in his opening statement or in like the last, I don't know, in this celebritarian video, I don't think either, though maybe, I mean, it's a long video, so maybe I miss a point where he's making the argument of like, oh, well, see, it's actually a bad strategy for like moving hearts and minds closer towards libertarian values. What he's saying is that it's a bad strategy for libertarianism because you are not preaching libertarianism. So you're not converting people to libertarianism. You're converting people to like a value system of liberty under a pragmatist philosophy.
Us to wake people up to all of this to begin with. Maybe the end result of it is that the state just crushes all of us and people still don't believe in liberty anyway. But yet you can spin these things as if they're objective claims. And I don't think that that's right. Now, I think, so one of the points you made, or something similar to this in your video about communism, I believe, in fact, you started by saying something along the lines of like, what a lot of libertarians have said before, like, there's this line about how communism works really good on paper, but doesn't work in the real world. And of course, like every libertarian or any person with any conception of like philosophy at all immediately goes like, no, dummy, that's not what that means. If it works on paper, then it works in the real world, right? Like that's the idea of on paper. The idea of theory is that it works in the real world. So what's like a more accurate thing that the communist could say, or that the liberal could say, would be, it sounded good to you in theory, but it doesn't work in practice. And the only reason it sounded good to you in theory is because you missed these 5 or 17 glaring holes that other people have pointed out, and it's not actually good on paper.
What the fuck does this have to do? Like, We're watching like a Trump speech. Like this is a stream of consciousness.
Well, in the same sense, if when you build something, you know, like I know Zulu and a bunch of people, I think in his camp, took offense to when I said that if I believed libertarian principles led to this, I would simply abandon libertarian principles. Even though I was saying I don't believe libertarian principles lead to this, I was saying if they did, I would abandon it. But I mean, take that to its logical conclusion. If any set of principles that you believed were true, or any theory in like you believed is true, let's say when put into practice was going to result in all of us dying this instant. Obviously, there's a crazy scenario. But let's say that was the case. Are you saying you wouldn't abandon that theory? Well, the point is that there is a truth to what the fruit of something bears. And that's also an observable truth. And if the fruit of something is obviously a complete disaster that defeats the entire purpose of philosophy to begin with, then clearly the answer isn't, I was right about everything on paper.
Okay, so I guess he's defending, he's cherry picking a specific thing, which is people saying, if I believed that these things led to X, if I believed X led to Y, and we presume Y to be bad, then I would abandon X. I mean, sure, yeah, sure. Like, I don't know what that has to do with whether or not we ought bite bullets, or whether or not libertarians ought violate the non-aggression principle, right? Because as he stated, I don't believe that, right? So he already understands that he is positing, a false, a false concept of X necessarily leads to Y, right? And so we're out of the domain of reality. And so what the fuck does that have to do with whether or not libertarians ought violate the non-aggression principle, or whether or not libertarians ought bite bullets, as opposed to engaging in whim worship?
And then I put it, the answer is, I'm missing something here. And likewise, I would say that I think like 99.99999% of all human beings would just understand on some basic level that if this whole debate's about biting the bullets, and of course you're not actually biting any of those bullets exactly in that opening at least, but if you're really saying the shit I've heard you say, or as I've seen people say that you say, if you're saying essentially that you wouldn't steal a penny to save your mother's life, that there's no human being in your life who you would say like that type of religious devotion to the non-aggression principle, which is what you're talking about there. I mean, that is a fruit that if that's what your theory bears, I think the correct response is to go, I have to go re-examine my theory for such self-evident.
There you go. Dave, you've just figured it out. You've just figured out why you're retarded. If you're engaged in a reductio and you go, steal a penny to save my mom, maybe I should re-examine my theory. And this is the difference between an actual jurist, an actual philosopher, an actual person that thinks, an actual person that is devoted to the principles and the theory, and someone that is engaged in whim worship, as they go, oh, well, libertarianism must be wrong sometimes, and it's really just whims, and therefore I've resolved the contradiction. But you haven't resolved the contradiction. All you've stated is that you have no principles, and you have no theory of the world. Whereas if you actually look at it and go, okay, well, what does steal mean? Okay, well, that means that there isn't an aggressor. There isn't a person pointing a gun to my head and saying, steal this penny or I'm going to shoot your mom, right? There's no aggressor. Okay, it also means that you've been given explicit non-permission to grab that penny, right? But someone has come up to you specifically and told you, you cannot take this penny, or there's a sign there that says, for no reason whatsoever, take this penny. Okay, well, why is it that there's a sign there that says, for no reason whatsoever, take this penny? Maybe that penny is needed to save someone else's mom, and you just killed someone else's mom. You're dealing with incomplete information. Maybe there is a person there that says, you can't take this penny. Are you going to violently beat them to save your mother from a fire? Are you going to murder them to save your mother? Is murder now okay to save your mother? Like, what it means is that you should actually think about it and apply what it means, because it's not take a penny to save your mother. It's not take a penny to save the world. It's steal a penny. And stealing implies a crime. And you're saying it's right to do crimes sometimes when it's an emergency. Well, okay, if that's your logic, let's test that fucking logic. Well, I don't know. AIDS is an emergency in Africa right now. So I guess taxation is perfectly valid for U.S. aid, right? You can't be against U.S. aid, Dave. You can't be against the State Department and the CIA setting up programs to overthrow other countries to maintain the Western homogenous capitalist, empire, capitalistic empire of the United States. You can't be against that, because if you're against that, then there will be starving, dying people in Africa. It's an emergency. Everything is an emergency, because emergency can just is another whim that you've created. Unless you give a delineating principle, then you have no principles. Can you tell us your opinion by the end of the debate if the moderator was not doing a good job? I felt the moderator did too much debating on Dave's behalf, especially towards the end. Becomes a 2v1. Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely tell you, how I feel about Jacob's moderating style. A lot of different people have a lot of different moderating styles, and it kind of fits on, what their thing is. Like, I kind of feel, just like gut reaction, I kind of feel like Liquid Zulu should have expected to do a 2v1, and like that's just what it is. And you could be like that he's biased, it's wrong, but like this concept of like a purely impartial moderator really only works when you have really strong ground rules, right? It works in a Soho forum debate when Gene Epstein is a moderator, because you have a 20-minute opening, a 20-minute opening, a 15-minute rebuttal, a 15-minute rebuttal. Then you have a short portion of back and forth, right? And that's kind of like where you're, and all you're doing is you're attempting to maintain, like that's a formal debate, and then a Q&A, right? Whereas like if you go on some dude's podcast that has the bigger libertarian on all the time, you should like, yeah, he's probably, I would assume Jacob's probably going to be biased, but like, I would assume that, right? It's like when I go on a WIC panel from time to time, I know WIC is going to be biased towards liberals. That's the panel I'm going on. I just kind of like it's a blood sports panel with WIC moderating. Of course, WIC is going to say something dumb and like super liberal, and then I'm going to call him an idiot, and then he's actually going to call me an idiot, and then at some point in time he's going to say something really absurd, and then I'm going to call him out on it, and then he's going to mute me, but I got my diss in before he muted me, and then we're going to chill for a couple minutes, and then his audience is going to be like, why do you even invite this guy on? He's so fucking terrible. And yet chat engagement went up because I fucking acted like a crazy person, at least as far as a bunch of liberals are concerned. And I bit some bullet that like no one, normal people wouldn't bite. And then we get entertainment and we get infotainment. And WIC is happy to have me back at some later date because I got all the right people triggered. And I knew it was going to be fucking biased, and it's a form of entertainment, and that's what it is. So like, I don't know. And like so far, he just seems like he's sitting there chill. But I mean, he kind of already set it up a little bit in Dave's favor, and like kind of already talked about it, which I talked about some earlier. But like, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he was a biased moderator. I would kind of expect that on this platform.
The correct response is to go, I have to go re-examine my theory for such self-evident reasons. Like anybody, it's more that belief, like if taken to its logical conclusion, right? Whatever the Mars, space laser, whatever. So we could draw it down to stealing a penny. And let's just say that like for a fact, you knew that the Martian wasn't just going to kill your kid or whatever. They were going to torture them to death. And you're saying you wouldn't steal a penny, or that we should say in that case you don't steal a penny because that's aggression. That isn't in the realm of a libertarian legal theory anymore. That is in the realm of I mean, maybe the worst version of ideological capture I've ever heard. Just religious devotion. And since you started off with your scripture, and we're on a Christian show here, I would say that Jacob, I'm not like a religious expert, and I have a feeling that there are a lot of religious experts who probably have a pretty good answer to how the thou shall not steal thing doesn't actually mean you got to let your whole family burn before you steal a thing. I think in fact in Christianity there's a whole system of just like apologizing or something like that. But anyway, I'm pretty sure that both in Judaism and Christianity, what you'll find laced all over the place as God's like most central commandment is do not worship anything else except me. Do not make anything else.
Bro, I literally talked to Liquid Zulu about this and was like, bro, he's gonna bring up instances in the Bible, and gave him Bible verses and was like, he's gonna bring up instances of the Bible where God permits lying. It was like, you gotta look into these Bible verses. I hope Zulu did.
else your religion except this. And I think there's a lot of wisdom in that, because when you make anything else your religion, it's always going to get perverted. So like, look, you can believe in the non-aggression principle, and you can also be a human being and understand things like, for example, if I were to like, or someone cheating on their wife, I don't think any of us would say is a violation of the non-aggression principle. Or shoplifting is. But I don't think any of us would say that like shoplifting is more, maybe Zulu would, but I don't think anyone else would say that shoplifting is like a worse moral crime than cheating on your wife, right? So like in the same sense, isn't it?
How much did we shoplift? You know what I mean? Like, well, let's get the details. You know what I mean?
Pretty obvious, isn't it? It's pretty common sense to just say that, like, look, I believe in the non-aggression principle.
Like like, no, I would actually, no, just even thinking about it for a second, shoplifting is worse than cheating on your wife. Shoplifting is worse than cheating on your life. I'm sorry, it is. Like, cheating on your wife is bad. You shouldn't do it. You should stop defrauding her. You are taking part of her life by maintaining this lie. Stealing these things is well, actually, no, I would just say that they're similar, right? Because you're taking a part of your wife's lie with your fraud and like allowing her to age and allowing her to live this lie, and similarly, but like, I mean, like if we're already in the domain of both things are crimes and we're trying to determine restitution, we're trying to figure out which one's worse. I guess it just matters how much do you shoplift. Because if you shoplift enough, right? Like if you shoplift enough, people's lives will be ruined by it. Defrauding is the wrong term. Nothing is being stolen. I disagree.
I think it's like a foundationally common sense to just say that, like, look, I believe in the non-aggression principle. I think it's like a foundational civilizing. Yeah,
but like, you can also ruin someone's life by cheating on your spouse as well, especially if you keep that lie for like, let's say your wife's 24 years old, right? You just got married, and then you cheat on her, and you constantly lie to her, telling her that you're like a good husband, and creating this false narrative that you're a good husband, and you know, and you're with her for 10 years, you know, promising, oh yeah, we'll have a family one day and things like that. And then at like 34, she finds out that you've been cheating on her and you never really intended to have a family with her. And then she has to get divorced and she leaves. And now her entire youthful, you know, prime years to have children has been like robbed of her. And now she has to start all over again. Like, I certainly think that the lies that you told in that domain are morally evil. You know? Now, in terms of like what is actually being stolen, if we go through that 10-year relationship, I'm sure there are things, financial decisions, right, that are being made and that she's making as you're lying to her. And so, like, you know what I mean? Like there, without a doubt, there are like, you know, buying a house or buying this car, choosing to, you know, go into student loan debt to go to school to finish her college degree, right? Like, y'all are making financial decisions together, and she's doing so under a false premise because you are lying to her to gain her body and to gain, you know, to gain her body and to gain her presence within the relationship. And yeah, so I mean, like, there is an effect stolen property there, defrauding and non-consent of the body and tricking them into being into a sexual relationship and different financial things. Like, we really break it down, like, it's going to get into a weird gray area of like how we determine restitution and things like that, or like what is or isn't stolen. And like, it'd be difficult to perceive because it's not as cut and dry as like, I stole a TV, return the TV, right? Like, it's going to be more difficult to figure out, like, to what degree was the fraud part of her decision to go back to school, or, you know what I mean? Things like that's, it's more difficult to discover what was or wasn't stolen, or what is the value of lying to your spouse during that time. But there's definitely something being stolen there, just intuitively.
Look, I believe in the non-aggression principle. I think it's like a foundational civilizing principle. It is the principle of civilization. And we have civilization to the degree for in 99% of cases when we have non-aggression. But there's also a principle that like I have.
Yeah, also, there's 12 of you viewing right now that haven't liked the stream at a minimum. Like, hit that like button, boys. I love money. I answer super chats. I appreciate all the money. I appreciate the memberships and the money that helps me make this type of content. And this type of content's pretty fucking easy. We're just doing React content. But nevertheless, okay, like the thing that is free for everybody is just to click that like button. All right? Like, we got another viewer in here, right? So there's 11 people that have not clicked that like. Just click the fucking like button. Appreciate it, boys.
To do absolutely anything within my power to protect my children. And that's actually a principle that rises far beyond the non-aggression principle. In the same way that, like, if I got in a fist fight at a bar, it's not the same thing as me, like, abandoning my wife and kids. Like, it's a much more powerful moral principle because the world is complicated, man.
So he kind of just admits right there that there is a principle that overrides the non-aggression principle, which is the protection of his kids from some level of harm. Okay, well, how does that work, right? Who's harming your child? As a guardian, as a custodian of your child, someone's harming your child. Is there an active person, right? So it can't be that, because there's no conflict between protecting your child from an aggressor. They've aggressed, right? You're the guardian. You're the custodian of their rights, of their bodily autonomy. So that's out the window. So what you're really saying is, my principle is to protect my child from environmental circumstances, like a fire or something, and I will aggress upon others to do so. Okay, but where does that lead as everything goes further down the line? Where does that lead where you accept that so long as my child has good things or opportunities, I can steal? What happens when everyone can steal to give their children a better life? Well, then everyone that has children is stealing based upon their own whims. And now we have a world that is nothing but theft. Dave just stated the principle: do anything to protect your children. By this standard, shouldn't illegal immigrants with children in the U.S. do anything to protect their children from ICE agents? Right, but it's a personal ideology. It doesn't apply to anybody else as far as he's considered, because he doesn't demand this concept of universalization of morality. Right? The moment he accepts that, right, the moment he just accepts basic understanding of what ethics are and says that this is universalizable, right, then it's perfectly rational and reasonable for the cartel to kill ICE agents and to kill anybody trying to stop them if they're doing so to protect their children.
And actually, like, Ayn Rand did not figure it all out, and she was a genius, but like the worst part of her was insisting that you have to accept her entire unified theory of everything. Life is complicated. We don't know everything that's going on here, and we can't deduce all of it from first principles in a perfect logical chain. We can deduce some.
Yeah, life is complicated, right? That doesn't mean that you abandoned principles. You said it yourself. When you come into this reductio or this or this difficult conundrum where your intuition is going against, your philosophy, you found a contradiction, and it's up you to then go back into the theory and try and resolve this contradiction. What you don't do is you don't say, well, contradictions exist in reality because life is complicated. That's commie nonsense. That's no offense, Dave, to quote another comedian, no offense, Dave, but that sounds like a bunch of commie gobbledygook to me.
Things and like those are important, and we could get into some of the specifics of what you said here. I'll wrap up. But like, guys, every day at the end of the day, we all have to collapse and hallucinate for like 7 hours and go to like a different zone. And none of us know why exactly that is. There are mysteries about this world.
What the fuck is this? Well, did you know that sometimes you go on YouTube and there's theories about black holes and nobody really understands what happens when black holes collide? The fuck does that have to do with the non-aggression principle or whether or not you ought bite bullets?
There are things we don't know, but there is something so obviously anti-human, more anti-human than the worst environmentalist.
If two dads need to steal a ladder to save their kids from a third dad, who should win the conflict morally? What is this joke? No one needs to steal, first and foremost. Stealing means one of a few things, right? It means that there is no aggressor. So nobody is forcing them to take the ladder. right? It has to be an environmental danger. And also we're under the presumption that there is we're under the presumption that there is explicit non-consent to take this ladder. Because if there is an explicit non-consent to take a ladder, I'm just going to take a ladder because I'm taking a gamble. I don't know whether or not I'm violating the non-aggression principle, right? I talked about it with shopping malls, right? We make all kinds of guesses that we assume we're not violating the non-aggression principle, but sometimes we make mistakes, right? Like when I go to a shopping mall, I assume I'm allowed to touch the hand railing. I don't ask for express permission from mall security if I'm allowed to touch the hand railing or go on the escalator or sit down at the table at the food court. I go, there's a table, there's chairs at it, it's at the food court. Presumptively, this is where they want me to sit when I fucking order food at the mall at the food court so I can sit down and eat. I make that guess, right? When you are in this quote unquote emergency situation where your child is about to be burned alive or something, but in a fire and there's a ladder right there, I'm working under the presumption of, yes, that's someone else's property. Maybe it's even right on the other side of a fence. I'm assuming they'd let me use their fucking ladder to go save my kid from a burning building. If I have explicit non-consent, well, now we have to figure out where did that come from and why is that there? Like, why is there a ladder, right, that someone has told me or put a sign up that says, do not use this ladder? Maybe it's a fucking bomb. Maybe the ladder's broken. And like, if I use it, all it's going to happen is it's going to like break underneath me. And then my kid's still going to burn alive, but I'm also going to break an ankle, right? Like maybe they have my best interests in mind. Like, what is going on there? And so in this domain, you raise an interesting conundrum, right? Which is two people want to use a scarce resource towards opposing means, right? Who should win the conflict morally? Like, well, the person that should win the conflict should be the individual that owns the fucking ladder. Are you going to beat a man to death? Beat two men to death? Or at least enough so that you can take a ladder so that you can save your son, but another son dies? Like, what do you mean? It's wrong to steal.
About saying that what we ought to believe is that you should allow your family to be slaughtered before we would steal a penny. And I'm sorry if like you think that's unfair for me to frame that, but like from what I understand, your challenge to me was, you're too much of a coward to debate me. I will bite all of these bullets in front of you and show you how it's a good debate strategy.
Well, you were too much of a coward to debate him for like a year and a half until he got a video that was viral and everybody was like, dude, you gotta address this. Would covenant communities, contract laws, insurance providers, et cetera, handle such emergency cases? Yeah. Like I've said this in the past, like this type of situation, like emergency use, is something that common law would settle anyways, right? It's like, it's very clear that there are situations where people are deeply, deeply, deeply value and want to engage in a way that might be considered some type of crime. And then other people might forestall them from it, and like that would, like, because of this conflict being created, where what would occur is insurance companies would just go like, hey, in the event of a medical emergency to be defined by this, in the event of like, a fire to be defined by this, utilization of other people's property is allowed. And like Nationwide and Geico are both working in Ancapistan, and they both agree that if you want fucking insurance for your rights enforcement agency and you want anybody to protect your rights in this situation, that this is like just a part of the morality clause that like makes everything cheaper and more efficient and causes less problems in court battles. So everyone would fucking agree to that anyways, except for the weirdo that refuses to get insurance because he's like, I don't fucking like that. I don't want anybody to touch my ladder. And then everyone goes, well, okay, we're not going to do business with you. We're not going to let you move. We're not going to let you buy property at the HOA because the HOA requires that you have a rights enforcement agent, that you sign our contract. So like you can live on the edge of town and no one will do business with you, or you can just fucking pay the fucking $2.99 a month to get Geico that handles all of this shit. Like, stop being a fucking weirdo. Stop being goofy. Most likely, like, keeping the ladder to themselves would just be exiled or physically removed. Yeah, like they wouldn't be allowed in the town after a certain time. I would never give my ladder to save a trans child. There are no trans children. I caught you in a contradiction. Checkmate.
And like, I would just say again, how do you define a good debate strategy? You're trying to persuade the audience to your cause. I would venture to say that biting that bullet is not going to be a great strategy to persuade people. Anyway, happy to get into any of the specifics.
Okay.
All right. Intro statements are done. Dave, you would allow your child to be tortured? Zulu, no. I would fight the candy bar Martian to death. Yeah, right?
So now we're going to move into the.
Well, you don't even need to fight the candy bar Martian to death. If there's a Martian, there's an aggressor. If the Martian says, steal a penny or else to save the world, I'm taking the penny. I'm not stealing the penny. There's no theft. Like, I'm not the aggressor here. The Martian is the aggressor. If I have a gun to my head and like I'm going to do a calculation, can I kill the Martian? It doesn't look like I can kill the Martian, but I can take the penny. Okay. Does he stop trying to kill, does it buy me time so that we can figure out a way to go after this? Whoever's penny it was, I don't know, you know, fucking penny. The Martian does. The Martian put a gun to my head, and a laser gun to my head, and said, steal this penny or else. Like, there's an aggressor in that situation. The whole, the Martian forces you to do a thing. It's it's that, reductio isn't even a bullet you need to bite, because it's not a violation of the non-aggression principle to take a penny when you are being forced to do so at the point of a gun, or else the whole world is destroyed. You have to get rid of the Martian and say that there's an asteroid coming and that there's a machine that has been built and it requires pennies. And for some reason, after the United States, after inflation got so high, pennies are extremely rare, and there's like a penny on the table, but it's somebody else's penny, and that person is going, you can't take this penny. That's how you have to change that example, right? Then it's like, okay, is it right to go, fuck you, I'm stealing your penny to put in this machine because the machine will protect us from the fucking asteroid impact. But the Martian thing, there's an aggressor.
The open kind of dialogue.
And then my question is why are there magic pennies? I have more questions about this, of this insane scenario, before I can fully answer it. But yeah.
Specifics.
Okay. So now we're going to move into the open kind of dialogue back and forth. I'm going to try to be as quiet as I can be. I'll interject if I feel like maybe I can ask a question that moves what they're talking about along, or if I feel like one person's dominating too much, or if there's just too much crosstalk. But Zulu, maybe do you want to start us off by, do you have a question or rebuttal or something you want to raise to Dave, and then we'll just kind of go from there?
Sure. So it seems like you're making this claim that there are these extra theoretical factors that come in and kind of overrule the libertarian property theory. In some sort of some cases, like, oh, this is a principle of protecting my family that rises above the NEP, or this principle over here, it rises above the NEP. So do you what is the standard for discovering those extra theoretical factors?
Well, it's even in the question there, it's like, look, there's just some, in general in life, right? There are some things that are quantifiable, like me and you are a certain distance from each other right now, and there is a correct answer to that. And there are some things that are not, measure how much Jacob loves his kids. I don't know. It's not. So I don't know that I'm proposing that. I'm not sitting here and saying, hey.
Well, yeah, that's what makes it whim worship, dude.
I am the newest philosopher who is making a major addition to libertarianism here, and I have an objective standard over whether these things, where it can be override. I'm actually much more consistent with the libertarian literature that's been around for a while. There's a whole other element to libertarianism that isn't just the theoretical.
Yeah, every now and then you should interrupt, right? So there's two types of interrupting that I think occur. Obviously there's, we could put it into however many arbitrary categories we want, right? But there's interrupting to completely talk over someone and or whatever. And then there's interrupting to interrupt their flow and just kind of be a little cheeky to the audience. And you have to be careful not to interrupt too many times. You have to play this give and take, right? Because every time you interrupt, you're going to lose some ethos with the audience because you're being rude. And yet at the same time, if you let someone just capitalize on all the speaking time and you let them just gish gallop and things like that, then you just kind of lose the debate by default, right? So you have to do this balancing act. But when he said, I'm actually more consistent with libertarians that have been around for a long time than you are, right? You that's an opportunity to be no, you're not. And then just and then bring it back into those people, because I know Zulu is prepped quotes and things like that. Just no, you're not. That's not true. and then just like let him continue and see if he takes the bait. And then if he takes the bait, then be like, okay, well, like who are you more consistent with than me? And then he'll probably say Rothbard, right? And then you can pull up Rothbard's conversations on what the paleo libertarian strategy actually was, why pragmatism is wrong, etc.
Theoretical deductions, which for a while, there's a whole other element to libertarianism that isn't just the theoretical deductions, which is the enforcement idea. And a lot of libertarian theorists have written about this. Obviously, like libertarians have always argued for private court systems and private police systems. There would be some system of enforcement. And the truth is that
or he could just let him talk for a long time and then be like, that was really cool, but you didn't answer my question. Do you want to answer my question? I thought we were having a debate.
The obvious answer to this scenario, right, is first of all, no, I don't not steal a penny to save my children. I steal $1 million to save my children, and then I guess maybe I go to jail for that, or maybe I try to plead my case in court. So in other words, I don't have an objective standard. I don't know that there is one, but there would be some type of court system where you could plead your case to other people, and they could say, hey, we're talking about extenuating circumstances here. You know what I mean? Like there's no theory ever, any political theory, that when put into practice, there won't be areas of just like, it's a judgment call. Let's use common sense. There could be an example of trespassing, but
that doesn't apply to whether or not you ought violate the non-aggression principle.
You didn't put up a sign, and you didn't have a fence, and you didn't say private property. So there was no way for this guy to reasonably know that he was trespassing. That's not exactly consistent with libertarian philosophy, but like it's a situational. So I don't need to have an objective standard to this to just know that the obvious is true. Steal the money and save your.
So the obvious is true. It's true because it's true. How do you say that? Well, because it's true, obviously. It is. It is true because it's true. What? So you have no argument for your position, just I believe it because it works. So you're a pragmatist and you're not a libertarian. Debate over again.
Kids or your grandma. Can I ask you a question now, man? Because I honestly almost feel like I'm being trolled with this shit. Like, is your sincere position, like, forget this debate, just like us as dudes, are you like, I understand you're young, you don't have a family of your own yet.
Existence exists is the unavoidable axiom. The reason that it's different is because no one has ever been able to defeat it, and to attempt to defeat it negates existence. It's not, it is what it is. It's not, it's not. Existence exists isn't circular. And the reason it's an axiom. It's an axiom that's unavoidable, because how do you argue against existence? By the very nature of attempting to argue, you are presuming your existence in the attempt of arguing at all.
I forget this debate, just like us as dudes. Are you like, I understand you're young, you don't have a family of your own yet, I'm guessing, but there's no one in your life that you like love enough? Are you saying there is, like, you'd allow your own mother to be tortured to death before you stole a penny? Is that actually your position?
Yeah, so basically the way I view reductio ad absurdum, this is just what I think they achieve, is it's saying, hey, is there an exception to your thesis here? Is your principle actually a principle, or is there some exception to it? That's really what they're asking, and it's perfectly valid to say, no, there is no exception to the theory. And so let's take, like, for instance, the Martians are going to blow up the planet. The aliens come in.
Yeah, saying you're in a simulation doesn't matter, because something needs to be in the simulation. So even if simulation theory is correct, existence exists is still correct. And the reason it's still correct is because what is the entity that is in a simulation? That entity would still exist in some means. It is completely an undefeated, undeniable axiom, because the act of attempting to deny it reinforces your existence.
There is no exception to the theory, or is there some exception to it? That's really what they're asking, and it's perfectly valid to say, no, there is no exception to the theory. And so let's take, like, for instance, the Martians are going to blow up the planet. The aliens come in and they're like, hey, you got to steal this penny. And let's imagine this, like, actually literally happen.
I should have been the one to debate Dave Smith only because I have children. All right, checkmate. Liquid Zulu was not prepared for this fucking just titanic argument. This argument from fucking God, the greatest argument that's ever been. You don't have children, bruh, but I'm sure you love somebody, right? Well, I have children, all right? So clearly I should have been the one to debate him, because this argument would never work on me as a father. Like, come on.
planet. The aliens come in and they're like, "Hey, you got to steal this penny." And let's imagine this like actually literally happening in real life. Okay, well, so then there's this massive interstellar fleet. Must be like a hyper advanced alien race to even have that fleet in the first place.
The primacy of fatherness is something I need you guys next time Liquid Zulu is next time, because I know a bunch of you guys are Liquid Zulu people too. Okay, there's a lot of overlap between our audience. Like, I need you guys to just start trolling him, and maybe he doesn't see this, okay? And like just be like the primacy of fatherness, and like make him be like, what the fuck is it? Primacy of fatherhood.
Place. It would probably cost way more resources than have ever been obtained by humanity in the history of humanity to send them here. And their demand is that they come up to me and they say, "Hey, go steal a penny." So okay, well, let's imagine that literally happening. First of all, clearly these are highly irrational beings. So the question I would have is, well, how did they even get any of this stuff in the first place? You can't get that if you're irrational. So maybe they had this stuff and then they like ethically regress or something. Okay, but then if they are this irrational, this heavily irrational, well then actually I have no way to know that they're going to stick to their word at all. It might as well just be, "Hey, the Martians come and you've got no way to stop them." It's like, okay, well then I just have no way to stop them. Because let's imagine this literally.
Yeah, but hold on. First of all, this isn't the question I asked you, and this doesn't sound very bullet biting for that to have been your whole pitch to me here. But like, no, I'm asking a very specific question though, which isn't what you're answering me. I'm saying, do you actually feel that way as a person? Like, is there no one in your life who, if there was this situation where not, and whatever, dude, the point obviously of biting this bullet isn't how likely the scenario is or what the real world logistics of it all are. Just saying there was a scenario where the person you love the most in the world was going to get tortured to death, and you could steal a penny or a dollar to stop it from happening. Like, I thought the whole call was that you will bite that bullet to my face. So like, are you actually saying you believe that and you would do that with someone you love?
Yes, I believe it would be immoral to steal a penny or rape a baby or any other aggression. I believe that would be immoral, yes.
No, that's not my question. I asked, would you do it? I'm asking, my question is so clear. Would you?
I don't think you should do that.
So you'd allow the person you love the most to be tortured to death before you stole a dollar so that you could be committed to your philosophical principle of it always being wrong to steal a dollar, so that you would have a coherent worldview.
Yes.
So that you could feel good about your own coherent worldview, you'd allow the person you love the most in the world to be tortured to death. That's the position that you want to debate here. And you don't see how maybe someone could think you're just a religious zealot. This is insane.
If you're positing that,
I would immediately counter and say, are Christian martyrs religious zealots and evil? Like this is where like sometimes when someone's trying to like yeah, I already bit the bullet. Now I want you to bite one. Let's see if you bite bullets. Are Christian martyrs evil? Ones that why didn't they fight back? Why did they allow Roman emperors to kill them? Why did they allow Roman emperors to kill their family? Why didn't they just denounce God? Yeah, but he's the Christian, Chris. Chris? Yeah. Well, what I would say as someone who isn't a Christian at all, no shit, Sherlock. You, the atheist that says that Christians can't be libertarians and has a hate boner for Christians, would obviously be like, yes, it's altruism, right? That's not the fucking question. That's not like it's not directed to you. This is a rhetorical tactic of getting him to bite a bullet, right? This is where he has to say, yes, Christian martyrs are evil because they didn't fight back to protect their family. Or he has to say, no, of course they're not evil because they stood by their principles and refused to denounce God. And it's like, okay, well then why are you saying that I'm a religious zealot because I won't steal from another person, I won't commit acts of aggression, but you're perfectly comfortable in saying that it's good and that it's right to let your children be tortured by a Roman emperor instead of simply saying God's not real, God's fake, God, like fuck God, God is horrible, God's not real. Like, so do you think those martyrs were evil or do you think those martyrs were good? Chris, stop telling me what you think you'd say from your atheist position as if it's some argument against me. You're being silly. If you ought to die, if the only way to survive is a nap violation, what ethereal force governs the nap that makes it more potent than the principles needed to satisfy my other values. So you ought to die if the only way to survive is a nap violation. Okay. I don't know where you're getting ought to die, right? I'll reformulate a little bit because that doesn't actually make any sense. But if you're saying like, if you will die unless you violate the non-aggression principle, what ethereal force? There is no ethereal force. So none governs the nap that makes it more potent than, I don't know what you mean by potent here, than the principles needed to satisfy my other values. I don't know what other principles you could have, because I like principles doesn't really make a lot of sense here, right? Because like I see the non-aggression principle as a principle. What other principle are you stating that is in conflict with the non-aggression principle? And how is it a principle? But I mean, right from the jump, I reject the framing a little bit with ought, but also there is no ethereal force. Ethereal force isn't anything I don't think any libertarian has ever argued for. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Aggression, I've got to commit aggression, then yes, I would.
You're just a religious zealot. This is insane.
If you're positing that it's aggression, I've got to commit aggression, then yes, I would not nuke Ohio in order to save.
Dude, I don't dislike you enough. Despite the shit you've said about me, I don't dislike you enough to believe that you're telling the truth, dude. Like, I just don't want to believe that because it is, dude.
This is I hate this disingenuous shit here too, right? Like, I hate, there's a term, I'm trying to remember the term for it, where it's like you're oh god, where you're like this is the shit that Not So Erudite does. This is the type of shit that Not So Erudite does, right? Where it's like, I really like you, right? Like it's like a mommy energy, but it's like a big bro energy, I guess, from him, you know. But it's very much like oh, you're so like, I respect you, so I don't believe what you're saying. It, like, instead of actually engaging with the argument, we're going to dismiss it and call me a liar, but we're going to couch calling me a liar in this, I'm not only am I virtuous because I'm not a liar and you're a liar, but I'm also virtuous because I'm such a good moral big bro, mommy, whatever. And I actually like you, and I actually think you're a good guy, and I actually have this love and support for you. And I just know that you're only doing this disingenuously, and can't we all just get along? And it's like, it's this couched dismissal of the argument by calling you a liar that is designed to make the audience think that you're the better person, and also so above that person that you're not really attacking them and that you actually value them.
There is just something, don't dislike you enough to believe that you're telling the truth, dude. Like, I just don't want to believe that, because it is, dude, there is just something so fascinating to me, man, about, and this is, I know it hurt all of you guys' feelings, and maybe fairly so, like, maybe I was wrong. Look, I really do genuinely want to try to be as good faith and charitable in this debate as I can. I'm not here to.
What a wild statement, because you have been bad faith the entire time. You've just done it with an energy that of pretending to be the nice guy. Like, it is incredibly bad faith to dismiss arguments and just say, I don't believe you, and be condescending and not actually engage in any of the arguments that Liquid Zulu has made.
Like, try to fucking destroy you or anything like that. Dude, I think, honestly, my feeling with this shit, like, I don't know if you saw this, Jacob. The other day, I just gave Alex Berenson a lot of credit and sent a bunch of fucking people. I just sent like fucking hundreds of thousands of people to Alex Berenson's goddamn Substack. Even though he's called me a Holocaust denier, you know, and he's been totally shitty to me, but just because, God.
Like, this is like a weird ethos stacking argument, right? Like, from a rhetorical perspective, he's like now selling his virtues as an argument, as a means of not engaging with the argument. Like, I'm such a good person, I'm better than you, I don't believe you, I don't believe that you believe what you believe. And on top of that, look at how I'm a good person in other ways.
Damn it, he just broke the story that Moderna covered up a kid that died in the trials of the COVID jab. This is like such an insane story. So what, you know, at the end of the day, you got to care more about the thing that actually matters here, which are the issues we care about, than our own egos. And like, so Zulu, like, I look at you, I go, dude.
our own egos, right? So he's pointing at Liquid Zulu as Liquid Zulu is the one with too much ego here, which is fucking hilarious.
You reached 500,000 people breaking down the price calculation problem with socialism, and I bet there's a whole bunch of people you reached who I can't reach, you know, in that group who you're talking to, and like that's amazing, dude. I want you to be successful in this. I want you to do as much as you can. So I'm not like trying to own you here, but look, there is something about the people. Like, I know you guys got upset that I said you're worse than communists. I don't know. Maybe that wasn't the right way to say it. I've been thrust into this position where I'm like the libertarian who's on like all these big shows. I don't know if I always do a perfect job representing us. I try my best. I think I do pretty good. But like, can you understand the worse than communism thing? Like the point I'm making here as you say this right now, like, and it really is, this is why I said it's anti-human, like an environmentalist. Like, don't you just understand that like, that is the core of humanity, like just the decency in every single person, the natural instinct that you're going against here. Like you can never claim that this is part of the natural order in any meaningful sense. This is the idea. We are all so hardwired on the deepest level to know that we would die for the people that we love.
This is like, so this is like a complete naturalistic fallacy, right? Like natural law is not about the law of the jungle. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's not about the law of values that humans, like that's not the claim from libertarianism. The claim is that natural law is objective law. Like what do you I don't, this is weird.
That we would protect them. That's the best of civilization. It's the best of masculinity. Like the idea that we're supposed to accept that because you want to stay consistent in your worldview, you allow the people closest to you to meet their demise in the worst, most
You're born with the value judgment that you should steal the penny.
grueling way.
Specifically because
Bismarck enthusiasts. What's funny is like I feel like the closed objectivists would 100% agree with the statement that you just made, though. That's what's kind of funny is like the full blown like Randians would be like, yes, you are born with the value that you should steal the penny. They would be like, correct, like 100%.
You're positing it has to be aggression for the reduction, right? That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah,
let's,
yeah.
again.
But the aggression
hold
was the
on.
slightest aggression.
Well,
It was the
let's
slightest.
Let me finish.
let's absolutely respond.
Sure.
Because you posit it has to be aggression. So
So this is the first time Jacob has interrupted, right, to stop the back and forth, and that is that clearly Liquid's like clearly Dave went on a big tangent. He let him go on the tangent, and Zulu waited patiently, started talking, and then Dave attempted to interrupt, like to just make new arguments and gish gallop, and immediately Jacob intercedes on Zulu's behalf.
Positing it has to be aggression, and then you're saying, okay, well, I guess the NEP fails here. But let's say it's a bank teller, and a person holds a gun to their head and says, hey, go empty the cash register for me. You could look at that and say, oh, that's definitely aggression for the teller to be stealing his money and giving it to this thief. But also, maybe that's not aggression, right? Is that aggression? I think the person who's holding the gun is the one actually committing the aggression there. So that's why I was trying to analyze the Martian scenario. And like another thing is, if this literally did happen, the aliens came, I posit that there are 0 people on planet Earth who I could steal a penny from. I think that nobody would reject me taking that penny. So then it's actually not possible for me to steal a penny. So then the scenario is just the Martians come in,
but there are
and they're going to vote for it, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah,
So
but
that-
this is, now
then
you're not biting bullets. But now you're not biting bullets. You're just copping
I
out.
am.
Like, okay, so I could come out with another scenario where, like, I don't know, yeah, like your kid's gonna die of starvation, and there's a house with food.
Yeah, no, like exactly. Like I feel like Zulu should have just started without the like. I don't know. This is a hard one. I want to critique Zulu and say that Zulu should have just started with a scenario that was environmental, but why give that to Dave in the first place? Why not proselytize the concept of why many of these reductios fail is because of the concept of aggression, right? But I feel like this is a point where Zulu needs to like interrupt and say, hold on, let me explain the reductio and how it works and what the word steal means, and then gone through scenario, like I'm going to go through multiple scenarios and showcase where this reductio falls apart and where we can clean it up and make it where it can work. But and then what would the logical consequence of saying you ought steal the penny in this lead to, and what does that actually mean once what does that mean for the world, and like what does it mean that you're actually suggesting, and then showcase why what he's suggesting, what he's saying is good, what he is saying what we ought do is that we ought fund US aid, stealing billions of dollars from the American taxpayer to fund foreign wars under the guise that they're also funding, emergency situations, et cetera, and food and starvation and things like that.
Food inside of it that is unattended, you can break in and steal it. Okay, so like I don't know, like forget like a very real world situation that could theoretically happen. I mean, I just whatever it is. I mean, I guess to some degree you bit the bullet saying it before, but forget all this other stuff. We're not having a conversation about like how it actually would go down when the Martians are coming. It's just the point that like obviously the reason you use these reductio absurdums and the reason you go into these areas is because look. You can say, I understand the desire that you guys, I kind of was more like this in my 20s too. Like there is something like, there's something about libertarian ideas that are so beautiful. And there's something that's so intoxicating about having like this irrefutable, totally complete, unified theory of everything. And so you're basically going like, look, if I can see.
After all, what low-life communist has not claimed that they simply had no choice but to aggress?
This totally complete unified theory of everything. And so you're basically going like, look, if I concede this, then I don't have this principle 100%. And then your whole unified thing isn't there. But like the point is that as with every moral principle, there are times where there are conflicting principles and there are lots of things going on. And it doesn't really cancel it out. Like it doesn't cancel out the non-aggression principle to say that I would commit aggression in some acts. And in fact, I can still say that I believe that ought to be the legal order. But it's just like, yeah, obviously there are some scenarios where actually morality being more complicated than anything that you just like deduced from libertarian literature. There's other moral issues that are more important that might outweigh it. I just think it's an immature.
Yeah, Superboy boys. I mean, that's essentially what he's claiming. There are times when contradictions are true.
Let me ask a clarifying question here to Zulu, see if we can dig into this more. Zulu, can you understand why a father would value their child's life more than a penny or a dollar or heck, even $1 million, right? Like, can you understand?
I understand why they think that. Like,
I keep hearing that like Jacob was a bad moderator, so I'm creating categories of things, where hold on one second. So that I can try and create, to the best of my ability, an objective way of determining if he really was a bad moderator, or if that's just cope from like the ANCAP crowd.
I'm not retarded, right? I understand why they think that. I'm saying that the proper way to deal with this isn't to go, oh, I guess principles are useless. It's to go in and analyze, okay, well, can I figure out some NEP compliant solution here? That's the thing.
Sure.
And the thing is, if you get to the situation where you're like stealing food in order to feed your children, I posit that this is like a ethical cold open. It's like, how did we get here? Well, you get there, you get into that sort of deep poverty by not following principles. Indeed, you said earlier that the world is complicated. Yes, it is complicated. And the way you deal with that complexity is to act on principle. And you don't end up in situations where you're just this bumbling moron who's now I've got to be a parasite on society. I've got to steal all this food in order to feed my children. You don't get there.
I mean, again, this is what I'm saying. You state things that are like generally kind of true as if you're saying an objective fact. It's not an objective fact that the people who are impoverished are there because they weren't living by principles. Yeah, generally speaking, living by principles gives you a better shot at succeeding in life, but also there's just outside acts that happen to people. I mean, what libertarian doesn't know that? How many people have been living reasonable?
Yeah, I mean, this is just a correct point by Dave because Zulu formulated it improperly a little bit here. Though he should probably have taken more time to explain because Dave gish gallops a lot. So it's fine to elucidate what you're speaking about and maybe even make 2 or 3 arguments under the umbrella of one because Dave does it all the time. So like give yourself the time to speak. But like what Zulu probably should have said is not like is probably focused on what does it mean when we justify theft in an emergency. Right? It's like how do we or how ought we define emergency? And so like you need a limiting principle on what is or isn't an emergency to even claim that you have this like conflicting principle at all. Because to eat like you're beyond whim worship. At this you're beyond pragmatism in like the domain of contradictions are true, which is already like a defeating principle. But like also you have no, like, what is an emergency, right? It's like the moment you say that it is okay in an emergency to steal, then you have accepted that stealing is okay by an arbitrary metric. And then once that arbitrary metric kicks in, well, God knows what's going to happen. Mr. Alleycat, it wasn't subscribed to my YouTube. What? you must have made a new YouTube account. Appreciate it. Right? Like, so you have to be like, okay, well, so if an emergency is this arbitrary thing, and that there is no real limiting principle, we're just vibing it out, then what you have actually said is the have-nots can take from the haves whenever they want. You've just said universal basic income is okay, wealth redistribution is okay. You've just said Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, you've just claimed that all of those things are morally good because they transfer wealth from the haves to the have-nots. Okay, so like obviously we're against food stamps. Well, why are we against food stamps, etc.?
Decent lives and have just been crushed by the state. So like, no, it's not true. It's like, again, you're biting these absurd bullets and trying to rationalize backward from that to keep your theory together. But fundamentally, don't we see how backward that is? And by the way, I think you're flirting with a bit of a straw man here. I'm certainly not. Jacob in any of our conversation has never said, therefore abandon principles. That's not the point. It's therefore
you can't say that you're being strawmanned into saying therefore abandon principles when you're saying I abandoned this principle. But how dare you say that? How dare you strawman me and say therefore abandon principles? No, I'm showcasing how you abandoned the principle. You've admitted that you've abandoned the principle, and now you're saying that I'm strawmanning you by saying therefore I abandoned principle. No, you abandoned it.
Understand that there are complicated factors and there are areas where there are competing principles, and then also understanding how to deal with the situation we're actually in, which is
competing principles is nonsense here, right? Then it's not a principle. It's a whim. It's a preference. It's not a principle. It's a preference. You're no different than the leftist socialist. You are the same philosophy with a different set of values. You value the government being a little bit smaller. You value, the government allowing businesses to stay open as opposed to businesses being closed under pandemics, given this data set of all-cause mortality or mortality rates currently. You don't actually have any principles. You're a pro-COVID lockdown, commie, pro-welfare individual, but you don't have those values, so you think that I'm projecting and strawman. But that is what the logic of your arguments are, and that's why you're objectively losing the debate on libertarianism, because you're not arguing for libertarianism. You're not converting people to libertarianism. You're converting people to pragmatism and whim worship with libertarian-esque values. So, Dave, if your neighbors had terrorists hiding in their home, would you go boom to defend your family? I don't know that I understand it. But I'll kill some Terrys.
As always, I'm really not much into these debates these days.
I'd probably move, right? And that's actually a bit from, that's actually, hilariously enough, Stacy, Dave Smith has a bit about this that I just remembered. And he does it about Israel-Palestine. And he's like, look, he's talking about Israel, and this is before October 7th. And he talks about Israel, and he's like, dude, if I lived in an apartment and I had a lease and like there was terrorists in my apartment with bazookas, move. I'm not saying you don't have a right to be there. I'm just saying all your neighbors hate you. Move. So I think that he actually did answer that question years ago in a fucking in his stand-up.
That's what I tend to focus on more.
If there are competing principles, let's look at what that actually means. That means there's a contradiction in your moral theory. So like, are contradictions true? Because you're saying that they're competing, that this thing is, it doesn't negate the NEP, but it actually does, because now you're in mixed law. You're saying it's proper to aggress sometimes. So unless you're just going to accept that contradictions can be true.
No. See, this is, I'm not in mixed law at all. Again, you've got this completely wrong. I never said that the law should be that you're allowed to punch a dude in the face if he comes up and calls your wife a slut in front of you. I'm saying it's not immoral. And if someone comes up and says that to my wife, I'm going to punch him in his fucking face. Like, I'm saying, then if the cops are called, I kind of expect to be arrested and put in jail. You know what I mean? Like that. I'm not changing what I think the legal system ought to be. That's nothing to do with the argument at all. I'm saying the thing about it is like, if I was,
he's saying there are virtuous crimes, and he's saying, see, there's no contradiction there.
going to get prosecuted for stealing money to save my kid's life. Like, okay, I'll go serve my time, whatever. Like that is the best legal order. I think libertarianism is the best legal order for reasons, which we could, get into or whatever. But it's not immoral. Morality is a much bigger thing than just our legal theory, which is all libertarianism is.
What is the literal question that you think that law is answering then? Because I hold that law is a subset of ethics. I think it's answering what you should do with respect to conflicts. What do you think it is answering? If you think you can have a virtuous crime?
Well, essentially, what law is answering, I guess, is how force is to be regulated in a given area. I mean, the law is answering, or what the amount of how force is used without consequences or something like that. But no, of course there can be crimes that could be moral. I mean, like, again, there's extenuating circumstances. This is the reason that we believe in courts and juries and judges and due process of some sorts. This is
no. So hold on. No. We don't have courts and judges and juries because there are extenuating circumstances. We have courts and judges and juries, presumably, insofar as they are ethical, to determine the truth, to determine the veracity of claims, to determine who broke the law. We don't have judges and juries to be like, well, there was extenuating circumstances, so actually it was good that you broke the law. Like, that's not, no.
Like, I don't know. Yeah, like, there are situationals that you have.
Dave believes in family-centric utilitarianism. No, it's the primacy of fatherhood.
To look at. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. I just think it's actually more honest, and I think that helps you win debates and persuade people more.
Hold on. So if you're saying that law is just how force is used without consequences, well, then that's just purely in the realm of, okay, well, the state is able to do this without consequences. That is what the law says in this matter. I don't think this is a particularly convincing theory of law. This is called legal positivism. So to just be clear, do you endorse legal positivism then?
Well, I'm just saying, like, I think objectively what the law is what, like, an opinion with a gun. It's the
Has Dave answered a single question in this entire debate so far? Like, I know I'm only 42 minutes in, but like, I don't think he's actually answered any questions. And like, Zulu, it's time to get a little angry. It's time to be like, look, you haven't answered. If you're going to wait your turn to speak and not interrupt, totally respectable form of debate. But you need to every time it's your turn to speak, you need to remind the audience, hey, just so you know, he didn't answer my question about legal positivism. Moving on. And then when he attempts to interrupt again, just go, no, don't interrupt me. I gave you plenty of time to answer questions. You have yet to answer any questions, right? Like, we're just going to continue forward. Like, it's time to get rid of this, like, big brother energy and just start shitting on him a little bit. And just, but you have to, like, remember, the audience are goldfish. They have short-term memories. He's going to gish gallop, and then they're going to even forget what the question is. So you have to take all of these victories, because Liquid Zulu has a bunch of victories, but he's not capitalizing on his victories by reminding the audience and going, for the record, he did this. For the record, he said that contradictions are true. For the record, he said that, this, he said this, like, over and over and over again. I'm winning this debate. Don't forget that. And then just keep moving on.
Rule of when force will be used against you. I don't know what
Dave.
What do you think is wrong about that?
But then, so is libertarianism not making any ethical claim? Is it just saying, well, we think that, what is libertarianism saying then? Is it saying what the law should be? Is that your view?
Yeah, I think libertarianism is a legal theory. Yeah, I think
Okay, well, what the law should be is a claim.
That's
but
right.
okay.
And yes, obviously, like it is.
So
You
now,
are correct.
so now he's biting a new contradiction. Yes, I agree that libertarianism is making descriptive legal claims, but also we can just give up on those on a whim.
It's like a subset of ethics. I don't disagree with you on that. We're looking essentially. I think I would say libertarianism is the only legal theory that does not institutionalize conflict. So it's the only legal theory where, like, down to basic, like if the law is self-ownership and non-aggression and private property rights, then it's possible for there to not be conflict. There still can be, but it's possible for there not. But if the legal theory is anything else, you're institutionalizing conflict. So
well, it looked like Dave Smith finally understands what conflict is and it applies to law. Dave Smith did do some prep, boys. You guys said he didn't do any prep for this, okay? Because he clearly had no concept of what that was when he debated Andrew Wilson. He didn't even have a concept of what conflict is from a libertarian perspective, right? So he did a little bit of reading. Come on, guys, you're being too mean to Dave Smith. I mean, he thinks contradictions are true, and he thinks that principles can counteract, and he thinks you ought do things you ought not do, and he can't understand what Liquid Zulu is saying, but he did a little bit of prep. All right.
I don't know if that answers your question.
So then if there is this sense in which libertarianism is holding, maybe legal positivism can be fine, whatever. We don't necessarily have to go down that road. But then it's saying what you should be doing. Libertarianism is indeed saying, well, this is how you should operate as far as the law is concerned. But then is libertarianism not claiming that it is indeed immoral to like punch the guy in the face because he said something rude to your wife?
Well, look, again, like these things.
Fucking another time he's not going to answer the question. All right.
I don't think that they're absolutes. And I think there's exceptions to every rule. So yes, in a sense, libertarianism is saying that, yes, you can't do that. That again, it's the same point that I made before.
Well, it's not making the claim that you can't do that. It's making the claim that you ought not do that. And if you make the claim that you ought do that, then you're in conflict and in contradiction with libertarianism, and you're not a libertarian.
The thing is just that, like, libertarianism.
I mean, if you make a mistake, you know what I mean, or you happen to have wrong theory at a moment, or you know what I mean, you say something out of anger or whatever, that's fine. You can resolve that contradiction, right? But if you are consistently claiming that contradiction is true, then you're not a libertarian.
Is saying it's immoral to steal, sure. But then there's a situation where there's just a higher moral calling that is very obvious. It is so self-evident. It is as self-evident as saying that if you put your theory into practice, all of us would die this instant. Then you shouldn't put your theory into practice. It's as self-evident as that.
Let me ask a question here that I think will help maybe both of you understand each other better. So to Dave, you've advocated for peaceful parenting, which I think maps onto libertarianism quite well. They have kind of like a shared premise that if you take initiating force against a peaceful person, and in peaceful parenting, we're talking about children, off the table, and people go, well, then how are you going to discipline your children? Or how are you going to run society? And we go, well, when you take force off the table, you kind of open up human innovation to suddenly come up with creative ways to not only solve problems, but prevent sort of conflicts and problems from arising. I think part of what Zulu's trying to say here is that when you find yourselves in a situation where you're presented with this moral dilemma, you're sort of saying like you haven't taken the proper steps to prevent yourself from getting into that situation. And he's sort of, I think, saying in a sort of libertarian sense, if you have the position, no, in that position, it's still immoral, it's still wrong, and I shouldn't steal the penny, you're then going to live your life in a way, according to that principle, where you're not going to put yourself in that position.
Okay,
so,
if you've lived your life,
well, saying I'll break the law and then and then I'll go to jail is an absolutely fair rebuttal, Stacey Pastry. It is a fair rebuttal. A lot of the napists will disagree with me on this. But the thing here is that a moral failing? That's the key distinction, Stacey, between Dave Smith and maybe some other people, is when you say, yeah, I'll steal a penny to save the world, you're saying like, that's just who I am. I would probably do that. Right. And you should put me in jail because what I'm doing is wrong and I shouldn't have done that. But if I'm just honest about my my baser instincts, I don't think that I would have the courage or the strength to do the right thing in that situation. So throw me in jail. That's not what Dave is saying. What Dave is saying is it is good for me to break the law, and then yeah, sure, throw me in jail because the libertarian law is fine. Right? Like he's making the claim that one ought break the law and that yeah. So there's a difference between would you or should you. Right? I think it's pretty obvious to most people that like, you know, in this extreme reductio that is very unlikely to ever come true for anybody in their life, that a lot of people probably would, most people probably would, you know, steal a penny to save the world. Most people probably would steal something or even fight another person to protect their child. Most people probably would steal food to keep from starving to death. But that's not the question is, should you? And the answer is no. But like at a certain point, if I'm starving or like, you know, my child is in immediate threat of like, you know, harm, I become an animal. I leave the domain of ethics because my lizard brain fucking is probably going to override my rational, you know, self because like my baby's in danger. Mama bear kicks in. Like I'm probably gonna do that, but I'm not saying I should do that. Like, and like I should do everything I can to avoid that situation, and I should do everything I can to not aggress. But like, if we're being honest, if you're starving I've been starving. Okay, I'll say that I've been a father and I've been starving, right? And I can tell you right now that I have gone 3 days without food, 3 full days without any calories to drink and without any food to eat. I didn't steal anything from anybody, but I was close. Right. And I know that if I got to 5 days, I probably would have. There's a point where you'll probably all break. And I'll never forget, I went to my friend's house, well, his dad's house, and it was, you know, like condemned because of like what was going on in the top of the house, right? But we were like living in a basement, and we were like, you know, we were homeless, and I was without food, and like I was at the point where like I was still smoking cigarettes, but I was going to gas stations and finding ashtrays, and I was crumpling out the and collecting used cigarette butts, and I'm crumpling out the burnt end and then the little bit of like non-burnt tobacco into a pile, and then using a rolling paper to roll and smoke a cigarette to try and stave off hunger because I hadn't eaten in 3 days. And I had no money to my name whatsoever, and I'm just like trying to find a job, and like that's just the reality of the situation I was in. And I'll never forget, like he was like, dude, like you look like you're gonna fucking die. Like let me cook you a bowl of beef. And like he went and cooked like a pound of beef between the two of us in like a taco seasoning packet. And I've never tasted anything so delicious in my entire life than like a half a pound of beef with a taco seasoning mix and like maybe like a little bit of butter to keep it sticking from the pan in a bowl. You were a fancy pour taking out the burnt bits, you'd vomit if you used the burnt bits as well. You would. You'd straight up vomit if you tried to like smoke that regular. Maybe not, but like I would have. So it wouldn't have helped, right? But I'm not saying I ought steal. And I can confidently say I can go 3 days without food and maintain my principles of not stealing. I don't know if I could go 4 days or 5 days. I don't know. I haven't been tested to that degree, but I've been tested to 3 days. You know, but I'm willing to admit, having been there before, 4 or 5 days, I probably would. I'd become an animal. But that doesn't mean I should. That's the difference. Since there's no such thing as a virtuous crime, if I smuggle cheaper U.S.-made insulin from my vacation in Mexico and sell it at cost to those in a disaster zone, am I a criminal or virtuous? You are. That's not legal positivism, right? Like, there's no such thing as a virtuous crime under natural law philosophy, right? Yeah, but I see what you mean, right? Like, there's nothing wrong about price gouging or things like that because, you know, I don't think there's plenty of contradictory quote unquote crimes in in the US.
Without principle, and it's all your own fault. Everything about the situation you're in is your own fault, and you've been a really horrible person and had no principles, right? Or even imagine like you did really, really horrible things. You know what? I'll even say you murdered people. You've killed several people, okay? And then you allow your own children to be tortured to death before you steal a penny. The worst thing you ever did in your life was allow your own children to be tortured to death. It's a much graver moral crime to allow your own child to be tortured to death when you could have saved them so easily with the tiniest little infringement on the non-aggression principle or whatever. Like, it's just I don't know.
I mean, like, no, because you murdered someone, that's clearly a worse crime. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, like, no. But I mean, like, I get that there's not much difference there from an emotional standpoint.
No, it's
Well,
like
but can you see a
worse
risk?
than murdering somebody.
But can you at least recognize? I think what I'm trying to get at is that like I think Zulu is wary about a risk in what you're saying, which I'm kind of sympathetic to. But the risk is that we're going to open up a sort of.
All right, sorry.
we're going to open up a sort of. I'm trying to be a moderator here. Okay, give me a break.
Okay. No. Sorry.
Yeah. A risk where people are going to say, well, because I can just sort of plead.
Yeah, like I'm keeping track. It's like he asks a question to Dave to interrupt the flow of the conversation. And then he answers this question by not answering the question and then just giving more of his spiel. And then Zulu just kind of lets him ask a second question. Because he prefaced this by saying, I'm going to ask each of you a question. So that, like, you know what I mean? To move the conversation forward, presumably. And now he's just being like, let me make a straw man or my best steel man of Zulu here. Like, this is from the point, but like, no, I can ask the question. Like, Zulu should have interrupted here.
For mercy, and because there's these conflicts, I'm not going to take personal responsibility to sort of avoid putting myself in these situations we're describing in these reductios. So that's my understanding of his critique, which, even though I understand where you're coming from on it, I think he has a valid point. That's why I brought up the peaceful parenting thing, because it reminds me of that sort of, it's the I actually got this from Stefan Molyneux, which is that prevention is always better than cure. And I think we would all generally agree with that.
I mean, I'm not agreeing that people ought to do everything they can to not put
Hey, thank you.
themselves in really bad situations. I mean, so I don't exactly get the question, but yeah, no, it's different than the peaceful parenting thing, because you're not just talking about taking options off the table. I mean, it's also true that there are really really bad people who are quite successful and really good people who are in dire, horrible situations through no fault of their own. That is also true.
And so I just want to get back at this line of questioning that I had, namely that you're positing some sort of an exception to the libertarian theory that, okay, well, now it's fine to punch this guy, and this is why we have courts and stuff. Well, I mean, then what is the standard used for, like, the judge to evaluate that? It's like, okay, yeah, this is an extenuating circumstance. Like, is this not just a clear contradiction?
Well, no, it's an hour in, so it's 2 a.m. for Zulu.
Like, how does the judge rule on that without just going, okay, yeah, no, there's just a contradiction. It's fine to punch the guy, and it's not fine to punch the guy. Like, how do you evaluate that? How do you untangle that contradiction?
I mean, the thing about it is, again, as I said before, I'm not presenting that I'm a philosopher who's come to some new libertarian conclusion here. I think this is already kind of handled in the libertarian literature, and I don't see that this really isn't a major problem, except for people who just have this like desire for everything to fit into an objective, unified theory of everything. The standards already are like, well, oh, sorry, did you just make me big, or did I lose you guys? Sorry. No, I mean, like, I don't know, like,
So now we're just going to lie about what libertarian theory is. We're just going to, this feels like Dave is just appealing to the audience, not having actually read any libertarian theory. Cause like like this is only true of like maybe David Friedman. Like who of the libertarian philosophers? Is it Hoppe? Is it Rothbard? Like of who of the big libertarian philosophers are saying that like libertarianism isn't actually a descriptively legal philosophy, but instead is just like a set of values or principles or like an axiom that we like kind of hold until it conflicts with another principle.
Probably a lot of the standards that are even used in government.
And yeah, and like Zulu and I both, like we literally, I think Zulu, like maybe I'm wrong, but I think Zulu would agree with me that Libertarianism is not an objective theory of everything. That is the entire reason that we have adopted kind of like objectivist philosophy into the framework of libertarianism and are attempting to create something new that has pissed off the objectivists, right? Is that like we believe libertarianism is true. Libertarianism is not an objective theory of everything. It's a descriptive legal philosophy. It doesn't have a system of metaphysics. It doesn't have it doesn't have it's not a system of politics. It's not a system of aesthetics, right? Like objectivism is. Like libertarianism says nothing about that, right? Like libertarianism says nothing about what you ought do. It is a legal theory that invalidates certain oughts by creating an ought not situation.
Courts today, as crappy as they are somewhat reasonable. You get a group of, like even like, I don't know exactly how it would work in a free society. I would say a lot better, almost certainly. But like even a jury of your peers is not like the worst system ever. You get regular people there, you explain the situation to them, and they have, I think libertarians have always supported like jury nullification.
What the fuck? We're just like throwing out random fucking arguments or things that people have argued that like are libertarians that have had podcasts before. Like what is this insane gish gallop
when it comes to bad laws, right? So why wouldn't we also support jury nullification for just situations where it's, I don't know, obvious? And again, like the thing is,
I don't know, obvious. What a dog shit argument, dude.
Asking for like an objective standard here. I'm the first one to say I don't have one, but even if you haven't come up with the objective standard, it can still be.
I'm the first one to say that I don't have one. Okay, so you have, like, then what is your principles? Like, why do you keep claiming you're principled if you have none?
Be obvious that there needs to be some type of standard. And again, like I said before, within reason is a fine answer for these situations. Like, I don't know, dude, if Cain Velasquez, you guys know that story where he like, he was a UFC heavyweight champion, and this guy was molesting his daughter like for like over a year, and he found out, and he like went berserk and like, I don't know, I think he tried to kill the guy or something. I don't think he killed him, but he tried to. But like in a situation like that, like, would I on a jury take that into account? Would I treat that as the exact?
What the fuck are you talking about? A man found out someone was molesting his daughter, so he went and fucking attacked the dude. He's the aggressor. Do you not even like Dave Smith clearly has no, like, he is. Do you know what Dave Smith is? Do you know that what was that app that was made recently? And 4chan exposed that the app was like what it was designed for, presumably, was for women to complain about men in the area so that they could warn the T app. Yeah. So that they could warn, about like, men that were like violent or rapists or just like, ditched them on a date or ghosted them. And then it just became a place for like women to lie about men and to complain and to like inflate their self-ego. And the way that it was coded is that everybody's information and password was just like on a Google sheet. And it like really came to like, it really like highlighted this type of coding that some people do, right? This name for a type of coding called vibe coding, right? Like it's vibe coded. Like we just coded like it was it was on a Google sheet and it wasn't encrypted. So 4chan just got their information and had all their passwords and had their driver's license photos were saved on it. So they just had everyone's driver's license unsecured and unencrypted on a Google sheet. Vibe coded. It's like Dave Smith is vibe coding his knowledge of libertarianism. Just like, hey man, whatever works.
Same.
Vibe coding is a pseudonym for AI assisted code. Yes. It's also, these people don't actually know how to code, and then they just put in queries into ChatGPT and get them to write the code for a Claude, usually from what I understand.
You know what I mean? Like would I on a jury take that into account? Would I treat that as the exact same, you know what I mean? Like aggression as someone who just went and did that to someone? No, of course I would take that into account.
Of course I would take into account that there's an aggressor and that this person, like he has no concept of like a theory of rights or like what libertarianism even is. The non-aggression principle is not the non-violence principle. This is a form of the father, as a guardian and custodian of his child's rights, utilizing that in homesteading her, having homesteaded her self-defense rights and enacting that against an aggressor.
That seems obvious.
I do want to clarify, like if somebody is abusing a child over an extended period of time, then the retribution is indeed to abuse them very heavily back, perhaps even up to the point of death. But because they might just die from their injuries, right? But so I just want to hammer in on something. You said that you don't indeed have this unified theory for how to solve these things. Okay, but then what does it mean for a theory to not be unified? It means that there exists contradictions in it. Like, is that not just what that means? Because it's not unified. It's not internally consistent. That's what that means.
Well, I mean, I think what it means is that life is really complicated and there are complicated situations. And like I said,
Liquid Zulu, I love you. You did not treat this man with enough disrespect.
before, there are competing moral principles. And like, yeah, so if you want to say, does that mean that it's a contradiction? I don't know. I mean, I guess what it means is that, strictly speaking, it's not a universal moral principle, but you could still say it is.
It's not a universal moral principle. This is the opportunity to interrupt and go, of course, you're not a libertarian. You don't believe in the non-aggression principle. Principle is in the fucking name, Dave.
The best legal theory, and this is what the law ought to be. And I think there's lots of reasons you could say that. Again, I don't
think Dave knows what ought means. I don't think he knows what a moral claim is. Like, because like he just keeps saying it like it's like a word he's regurgitating. He doesn't understand that he's contradicting himself constantly every time he speaks. And I don't even think that he cares that he's contradicting himself.
That I appreciate the desire to fit everything into a unified theory. I just don't think that you or anyone else has ever really done that and ever really come up with it. And again, I think that you know, there should be, like, obviously I'm not coming out against like you know, like I love Austrian economics. I obviously agree that there are things that we can like a priori deduce, and that we can know things from thinking about them logically. But at the same time, we're also operating with our human brain, which is not perfect. And if you do, like, I think people confuse this with like,
I have to turn it up to 1.5 speed now because Liquid Zulu isn't talking enough for me to put it at 1.25 speed. I'm sorry, brother.
Again, it's black and white. Like, you're a consequentialist if you say this now. But if your theory produces a result like that, like I have to allow my children to get tortured to death right now over a tiny infraction, then the proper response is to save your children's life and go, maybe I didn't think it through well enough. Maybe there's something else to this.
Yeah. Okay. So you said there that well, nobody's
okay. Well, now we're back to Zulu talking. All right, Zulu, fucking come in, do something.
Really come up with this unified objective theory in this case. Well, then I believe that I have, because like I have my proof of the NEP. I have formulated what the NEP is saying, given that proof. And so like which premise is false there? I don't see the false premise.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the false premise would be thinking you can universalize this in every moral interaction. I mean, look, again, like I said,
thinking moral claims are universalizable is the false premise here. How is this not like Dave Smith should be shunned from every libertarian podcast forever just for these claims? Like, this is insane.
Said before, again, like this is back to my point about, look, every libertarian theorist ever, every genius, brilliant libertarian thinker that we've ever.
Bro, I'm not making a speech chart 54 minutes in, and I'm certain, like, no. If you want to do it, be my guest, but he's obviously talking a lot more.
Had. I mean, okay, maybe there's an overstatement, but just about all of them, Mises, Rothbard, you know, like Hoppe, they've all dealt with the consequentialist critiques of libertarianism, right? Like I'm not saying that they were consequentialists themselves, but they've all at least at some point addressed the fact that, you know, people say if libertarianism was implemented, it would all be a disaster, but let me demonstrate to you how actually it wouldn't be a disaster and it would work out really well. Now, that doesn't mean that they don't have moral principles, but it does at least imply that they recognize that you do got to deal with the argument of what are the consequences of this, because like I said, taken to its logical conclusion.
Holy fuck. This should be like, no, you should be screamed at for this. Trying to, Mises, fine, whatever. Trying to claim that Rothbard and Hoppe are both agreeing that you have to deal with the consequences. And therefore, this is actually some form of proof that these people are not napists, that these people don't think that Rothbard and Hoppe are actually like closer to you because they deal with people like you, socialists, making socialist arguments by showcasing where they have all these other contradictions and things, is like, it's no longer slander against just Zulu and the ANCAPs that are principled. It's now slander against all of the prominent authors of libertarianism.
If the consequence of implementing a theory, even if you thought it was universally proved, if the consequence was we all die immediately, then obviously that's bad theory, right? Like just like the socialism on paper in practice. If it leads to all of us dying instantly, well, why is that proof that it was bad theory? Because what's the point of philosophy to begin with? To understand the world, to understand what's true and moral and what is
to understand what's true, okay, but you believe that contradictions exist.
The good life and all of this, to understand how to think. Well, we can't do any of that if we're all dead, right? So obviously you've got like a flawed theory here somehow, and I don't have to pick it apart and find where the flaw is. I can simply say, if it results in all of us dying, you're wrong. And so likewise, I can say, if it results in you have to watch your children get tortured to death when you could have stopped it, your theory is wrong.
Well, if I may, Zulu, there's a super chat here, which I think kind of pushes what you're trying to push.
Right. So right now we have so far modding. He is modded for Zulu, right? That's once. That's the only time he's actually moderated that way. He has re-explained for Dave once, Zulu 0 times. So that's a point for Dave. He has allowed Dave, this is kind of subjective, right? But like allowed someone to go on for too long. I put Dave down 3 times, Zulu no times. Like, but like it's kind of subjective to like, when should a moderator interrupt to like allow someone to go forward, right? Like to like let the other person go. This can be this is really like a stylistic thing, but he's allowed Dave to go too long 3 times, according to me. He has given questions to interrupt the conversation for someone, for Dave twice, Zulu 0 times. And then this would be interrupt someone for a super chat. He has interrupted Zulu once for a super chat. So as of right now, he's committed 1 mod action in favor of Zulu. And I would say he's done 3 inactions for Dave and 4 actions for Dave. So as of right now, once he moderated Dave, and then every single other moderation thus far at this point has been to Dave's favor. That being said, you got to be a little bit more aggressive when the moderator is working against you. But I get what you guys are saying.
This came from August Leo 8368, $50 super chat. Thank you for that. That Dave, if your greatest value is to preserve your child's life, then why is it not okay to enslave a doctor in order to ensure they are forever healthy, or to force others to protect them on pain of death? Why shouldn't we engage in might makes right?
Well, again, because all of these, I understand that. Look, man, look.
Look, man, answer the fucking question, Dave.
You can say like, hey, we have to be philosophically consistent, and I understand the desire people have. There's also things like binary thinking, what psychologists call splitting, where things are always either black or white, or they're all. So yes, obviously, this is the point of being a libertarian. I'm not saying that any of these things should be institutionalized, or any of these things should be the law of the land. We're talking about moral claims in extreme extenuating circumstances. So like, why is it not okay for me to enslave a doctor to take care of my kids all, throughout their life, to keep them healthy? Well, like, I don't know, I'm not in an extenuating circumstance or anything like that, and I have very reasonable other options. But I don't know if you ever saw like the movie Johnny Q.
We should fucking like, oh god, Johnny Q. Answer the question, Dave. Oh, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Extenuating circumstances, my whims. So you have no answer to this question, is the answer.
There's the movie, it's a Denzel Washington movie. And the idea is this kid, he's a 90s cheesy drama thriller, but like the idea is this kid needs open heart surgery. You know, I also had open heart surgery, so I kind of have a soft spot for the movie. But he goes, they won't. His insurance cuts him off. Probably had some awful anti-capitalist message in there or something like that. But the idea is he gets a gun, he puts it to the doctor's head, and he makes him give him an open heart transplant right in front of him or whatever. And like, yeah, in that situation, like, no, he wasn't the bad guy in that. I don't know. Like everybody who watched the movie, every human being who watched that movie, libertarian autists, I love you, but maybe not you guys, but every other one who watched that was rooting for that guy. And so.
Yeah, and of course, you know, he gets rid of the principal elements, which is that he had insurance and then the insurance denied his coverage, right? And that the insurance was the bad guy because the insurance, so there was an aggressor in that situation. He then grabbed an innocent victim and committed a crime, but he's still even leaving out part of it, which is that like there was a bad guy in that movie, which was the insurance claim. Your alerts are painfully loud. I'll turn them up. Where's that? Bonds, fucking England, roads, haters, autism, sonar chat, video capture device. Fucking. Where is it? Yeah, where's the fucking alerts? Alert box. I can't find the volume control in OBS right now for it. Sorry. I don't normally get as many alerts as I'm getting tonight, brother. All right, good luck then. I'm out. Okay, dude. I can't take a joke. How dare you? Oh, I'm so mad. Okay, brother. Fair weather motherfucker if I ever saw one. I was trying to find a way to fucking turn it down, you fucking loser. There's a legendary clip from this where Zulu asks BA, who's BA? A question about adultery. BA full on 2v1 Zulu and somehow loses. Who's BA? Oh, Biblical Anarchy, not Jacob. Well, I mean, maybe we'll get to it. Hopefully we'll get to it.
Again, like to say, this is just another way of saying, yeah, Dave, but you can't universalize your extenuating circumstances. Right. That's why they're extenuating circumstances.
Right,
Life is complicated. So, there are exceptions to things.
But then you are, so on the one hand, you're saying you're rejecting the theory-practice dichotomy. That if it works in theory, then it does indeed work in reality. But then you've got to contend with the theory on some level, because otherwise it's just, oh well, I based on my common sense, which just means the philosophical status quo. That's what that means. It's just I feel like this is probably the case, but you haven't actually got a theory for it.
No, it doesn't exactly mean that. That's not exactly what it means.
What is common sense?
Well, I mean, it could be something that is deeply kind of written into the souls of all human beings. It doesn't have to just be what the status quo.
Yeah, it's not status quo. It's deeply written into the souls of all human beings. What?
is, and in fact, maybe to some degree, the status quo is influenced by the nature of human beings. If we're talking about the example of allowing your kids to be tortured to death, I don't think that that's something that's just like some top-down status quo.
Resentment of being dominated is in the nature of human beings, but also the disposition to dominate is in the nature of human beings. So by this argument, it is morally right to aggress under all circumstances because the nature of man is to dominate. Okay, so murder and rape is always good, according to Dave. That's what your logic means. You but you wouldn't understand that because you don't understand logic. You just understand when your betters are speaking, you have to gish gallop so that you can put a knee out and run out the clock and appeal to the masses and appeal to the vibes. You can't just say something is deeply written in the soul of man and then just appeal to nature. Like what?
Or something like that. But I get your point. I get that you go, hey, but like, how do we know exactly when it is a situation? You know, like, how do we know exactly when it is a situation where it's okay to say that it is moral to there's a more important competing principle? And how do we know when that's not the situation? And I understand you have a frustration that like, hey, it just kind of sounds like it's at your whims or whatever. But like, in the same sense that, like, let's say in a libertarian society, you know, issues like
Okay, well then deal with that. Deal with that. This is definitely going to be Dave dealing with those things he's finally grasped an hour in.
The age of the driver's license, let's say, or something like that, right? Like, how old should you be when you're allowed to drive a car? And what is the argument? What is your theory for how that works? What is your theory for what age that? How can you prove from objective reality, with the starting premise that a reality is objective? How do you prove
fuck, private property? What the fuck are you talking about?
whether you should have to be 17 or 18 before you drive a car? And the answer is like, well, hold on a second.
You could be 14 and driving a car. Have you never seen a farm in your life? Like, there are plenty of kids that drive tractors on private property for their parents when their parents deem that it is safe for them to do so, and that they have the requisite knowledge to do so. You let the market handle these things.
Which is like, you cannot actually have a theory or an answer to that and still go, well, obviously a 7-year-old can't drive a car, and obviously a 35-year-old has to be allowed to drive a car. So,
no, it is not obvious that a 35-year-old has to be allowed to drive a car.
In the same sense, maybe I don't have the perfect standard for it, but I can sure as hell tell you that there's a situation where you steal a penny to save your kid's life.
Yeah, so I reject that. I think that you actually can answer this with the theory. This is based on the theory of guardianship within libertarianism. So the answer is, it's not a universal age. It depends upon the person. Namely, is that person a child in this respect? Are they able to communicate their will in this respect? Are they able to understand what exactly is occurring here? And that's going to be answered on the individual level. So someone with like severe Down syndrome, well, they might take a lot longer to get there than someone who doesn't have such learning disabilities. But that's the answer. That is the objective answer.
But that's not a theory of anything. That's just saying it's different for different people. Like, yeah, of course. But then at the same time, you have to come up with some type of.
Well, no, I think Dave's point is that there's not an objective standard. Like
no, but bro, you need to. But no, bro, you need a universal law that forces everyone, forces people to be on the road with dangerous retards, and also forces 17-year-olds that are perfectly fine at driving that want to work a job not be able to do so that we can have a less active economy and those kids' rights can be violated. Duh. Like, fucking, you actually have to have anti-libertarianism. That's not an answer that people are different. What are you like, some kind of individualist? What do you have, like an individualist philosophy? Like, come on, bro. Libertarianism is about collective legal positivism and why the state is right in enforcing laws against everyone, irrespective of their individual liberty and rights. Come on, bro. Like, would Zulu have looked better if he was aggressive? There's a balancing act on how aggressive you can be. And the more aggressive you are, the more ethos you lose. And the less aggressive you are, the more you end up getting dominated in a debate. He absolutely would have looked better if he would have been more aggressive. Like, he definitely erred too far on the side of caution so far. But I respect that it's a trade-off in these types of debates. Moderator trying to explain Dave's point. Yeah, I put it on the list. Argumentum ad goofy. You know what else is goofy, Dave? Advocating for tax abolishment. How else will we finance the entire military on the border? Bro, right? Thanks, guys.
To this age, you're describing a standard that's more of a
I think that's
process.
an invalid question. I think it's an invalid question to ask, what is the specific age? Just as it's like an invalid question of which races should be allowed to purchase firearms. I think that's an invalid question.
I didn't really ask the question. I just said that you kind of have to pick some type of law based on that, and there's no objective answer deduced from pure first principles.
We have to have collectivist imposed laws, not private property rights and a market that determines, determines any of these situations. Super libertarian of you. Yeah. Also, I didn't ask the question. He says after asking a rhetorical question.
That's all. And even your answer there, it's really not, though. I mean, it's just too vague and nothingness. Like, well, I don't know, dude. Like, it's on an individual level. You could tell when the person's ready. Okay, but like, that's not a rule that a property owner can enforce on a road or something like that.
It absolutely is a rule that that insurance companies can engage in. Right? Just right now, there's a difference in insurance costs between men and women. Right? If you're a 19-year-old man, you almost certainly are going to be paying higher car insurance rate than a 19-year-old girl. What? Girls get in more car accidents. Boys get in way worse car accidents from a statistical standpoint. So the car insurance rates adjust. It's absolutely true that a fucking private property owner can say you must have a license from one of these reputable companies. And then those companies will engage in different things on different individuals based upon the information that they have.
And so they're going to have to come up with some type of rule for, right? I mean, isn't that in anarcho-capitalist societies, the property owner would be deciding what the rules on the road are? I'm imagining there would be some. You are driving big, fast, metal machines around that can hurt people. So, like, again, whatever. I think the point that I'm making is pretty clear. Maybe there's not an objective age here, but you could damn sure say there's an age that's young enough and an age that's too young and an age that's obviously old enough. That's the obvious point here.
My point is, I gave the standard. I said it depends on whether they're able to communicate their will with respect to this thing. That is the objective standard. I don't
communicate their will with respect to this thing. What does that mean?
So basically, for a baby, they have some sort of will, but we have no way of knowing that will. That's why it's all right if your baby's about to crawl off a window to just pull them back, because they have some will. We don't know what that will is. They can't communicate their will. They can't say, "Listen, Father, I would like to kill myself right now by jumping out that window." We can't know that. And by the way, the same standard applies to the man who's passed out in the snow. He might want to die in that snow, but we have no way of knowing that because he's passed out. And that's why it's fine for a paramedic to come along, take guardianship over him, and move him into a hospital to fix him up.
Yeah, what type of standard is that, man? I got a 4-year-old. He lets me know all the time that it is his will to do something that I'm not going to let him do, and I still use force over him. Literally earlier today,
This is this is what happens when you don't know shit about libertarian theory, right? It's like, what kind of standard is that? He's like, Zulu is finally fucking engaging in the debate here more instead of. I'm guessing his strategy was to just like let Dave Smith hang himself with rope and say the most absurd things. And if I have to think about it, I feel like Zulu is like almost clip farming Dave, and Dave doesn't know it. Like the more I think about it, I kind of feel like he's like, man, there's going to be so many wonderful clips of Dave just saying the most crazy nonsense because I'm letting him say it. And then instead of like attacking every single one of those in this debate, I'm just going to let him hang himself with rope because all of these things are public now. And I can just clip farm different things and use them in different videos or in different discussions or on Twitter or whatever. And then just be like, see, you said this. Like, no, yeah, you believe in contradictions. Here's a clip of that. Here's another clip of that. Here's another clip of that. Like, I kind of wonder if that's like part of his like long game strategy.
He stood up in the bathtub and started jumping, and I grabbed him, and he said, "Let go of me." And I said, "No, I cannot let go of you right now." He was very clear on what his will was. That's a nice story if you don't have kids, man. But when you got them, you got a real incomplete theory.
Oh shit! It's the primacy of fatherness. The primacy of fatherness strikes again. That's a nice standard if you don't have kids, but if you actually have them, you don't understand what the hell you're talking about.
In your hands there.
I'm asserting that this.
But you can think of children being incapable of communicating their will, similar to mens rea. They do not intend to suffer injury. So, yeah, I mean, will is kind of like a double entendre here. If you read Ian Hersing's rational theory of, I think it's like rational theory of childhood rights or rational theory for the rights of children or whatever, because it's really more like an actual will and testament. And imagine you have a will and testament, and in that will and testament, it describes what you want to be done with your property after your death. And then the person is dead. And then imagine for a moment that it takes 18 years to translate that document. Right? What the fuck? YouTube being dumb. So if it takes 18 years to figure out that document, then like over time, the document starts to make more and more sense. And as the document makes more and more sense, we give the child more and more liberty. We give them more freedom. But but it's not fully expressed until, 18 or 17 or 16 or 19 or 25 or whatever, when they are a fully formed moral agent, moral actor that is capable of completely understanding reason and completely understanding, the consequences of their actions. And a 4-year-old has more liberty than a baby, right? Because they can express their will, as Dave Smith just pointed out, but they don't understand germ theory very well, right? So like they don't understand that you need a bath and that you got to stay in the bath, right? Like despite the fact that they can communicate that they don't want to take a bath, they don't understand the consequences of their actions of not taking a bath. But like, they do understand certain things, and so you give them more liberty as they begin to understand more things, and as they become more of an individual capable of expressing their will, you back off more and more.
Isn't actually communicating his will. He just kind of
real incomplete theory on your hands there.
I'm asserting that this isn't actually communicating his will. He's just kind of speaking. He doesn't understand what is going on.
Again, this is what you guys always do. You claim you have this perfect unified theory, but then it just becomes a circular nothingness. Oh, so now, right, that's not real self.
And then it becomes a circular nothingness, right? Like, you didn't let him finish or explain, and then you interrupted to then just meme. Because you're losing.
That's not really his will. Let me tell you something. I know my son a lot better than you do. It was his will that I let go of him. It absolutely was. He would have, if I had let go of him, he would have gladly continued jumping until he fell over and cracked his head. He's a wild little boy. It was absolutely his will. This is just, again, your standard fell apart, and so you retreat to, that's not real capitalism, that's not real socialism, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's not really his will. Sorry, that's not good.
Is the claim that your son knew that this would indeed lead to him cracking his head open, and he knew what that implied, he knew everything about this? Because I reject that.
No, there's a whole different thing between saying that you have a will and saying that you understand all the ramifications of everything that will happen as a result of you following your decisions. I'm not sure that any of the three of us understand every ramification that might follow, but what you laid out was their will, and he clearly has one. Like, I don't know.
And I'm saying to properly actually be communicating your will on some subject, you have to actually understand what that decision entails. What does that decision mean? It's not just enough.
But again, it's like how you objectivists defend the selfishness. It's like, this means nothing if you just change the definition to not. So like, I prove an exception to your thing, and then you go, no, that doesn't count because that's not really selfishness. That's not really his will. Okay, little kids have wills. They absolutely have wills. Yeah, they don't have.
If you'd read any libertarian theory, you'd know what the fuck he was talking about. But you haven't read any libertarian theory in the past 15 years. You've read some Scott Horton books maybe on fucking conflicts, so you can better have the talking points to debate foreign policy against retarded socialists on Piers Morgan. But like, you haven't kept up with the philosophy at all. You've regressed since your 20s severely in your understanding of libertarian philosophy, and now you think you're going to own him by like the one of the few times he's actually like engaging in the fucking debate. No offense, Zulu, but you're letting him get away with way too much, and the moderator isn't really stepping in to correct that. And so like, this is just silly. Like, he's just saying, you're wrong. Like, I don't know. I've probably done the same shit Dave's doing in other debates, but like, this is like been a very relaxed debate. And then the moment that Dave Smith, like that he engages in like in explaining the philosophy, as opposed to just asking questions to get Dave to trip up on his own stupidity, is the moment that he starts countering. Right? Dave hasn't felt the need to counter because Zulu hasn't really been putting forward that many positive arguments other than his opening statement, of which Dave has tackled none of. He's just been, it's like, really, Zulu's been interviewing him and just letting him answer questions with like absurd contradictions and nonsense the entire time. And like, the moment that Zulu actually is like, no, I'm gonna make a positive claim and show, no, I do have the answer here, he's just gonna interrupt him constantly.
All the same information that. Okay.
Well,
I mean, what do you mean by that? I'm not saying they should have like control. Obviously, I'm arguing that I should be able to hold, but your standard for driving was that they have a will. I don't know. What does that mean? You said a baby doesn't have a will. The reason you can pull but you said the ability to communicate that. Okay, but then I used your standard on my little boy in the bathtub. He had the ability to communicate that. So that standard fails.
He doesn't actually understand what that decision means. It's effectively.
So then why say the ability? So don't say the ability to communicate that.
So is the standard?
Because he's not like, so for instance, let's say I got hit in the head really bad, and I just there's these diseases you can get in your brain where you just start saying words and it's not actually communicating any intention to do anything. So if it just so happened I got hit in the head such a way where it's like, I want to walk off this cliff right now, but you can see my eyes are going all buggy, like you can see that I just got hit in the head, like I'm not actually saying those words, I'm effectively just babbling.
Right, but my son was not just babbling. He very specifically wanted to do a thing. He knew exactly what he wanted to do, and he was going to do that. He wasn't just hitting the head. Like, he's like, it's just not. It's apples to oranges. But I don't know. We can move. We don't have to make this whole debate about whether or not I should let, whether or not I'm immoral. I should have let my son crack his head and then be tortured to death by Martians.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of curious about your standard, Zulu, because it seems like your standard implies something to the effect of like they have to understand, like they have to be able to communicate their will and also have an understanding of what the consequences of that action was.
Yeah,
But
like
then
let's
that seems,
interrogate this. Yeah, okay, sorry, go ahead, Jacob.
well, yeah, but that just seems like that would even apply.
Yeah, let's interrogate this. Yeah, Jacob, get him. Like what?
To adults who could just say, well, I didn't know that was going to happen, and then said, who gets to be the judge on what knowledge is reasonable and not reasonable to know ahead of time before you take any particular action? I mean, this sounds, I'm not saying you're saying this, Zulu, but this sounds awfully a lot like the sort of like in the Me Too movement, when he had all these women basically claiming they got sexually assaulted or raped because, like, well, they consented, but they didn't really consent because they didn't know exactly what was going to happen.
Why is the moderator fucking strawmanning Zulu? What are you doing, dude?
So, like, you know, that seems to me, unless you have a better way of defining it, like a really slippery slope to like we're suddenly opening kind of Pandora's box to kind of be like the standard is, you know, like there needs to be a clear.
Okay, so Jacob also is behind on his libertarian theory, I'm presuming, right? He's never encountered this argument of the concept of like human development and custodian and guardianship rights and like the ability to express one's will, or like, I mean, like, I feel like all you need to understand Zulu's argument is to have like encountered argumentation ethics and understand what argumentation is.
Sort of like, if it's based upon your ability to know the risks of something, then like, you know, who's deciding what that knowledge level is?
So again, this is what the field of psychology is for,
Maybe,
right? And childhood development. You have to have the capacity to actually understand what a decision means in order to communicate your will to do that decision. If you don't know what that decision means, you just can't communicate that you want to make that decision, right? So for like a case of an adult, if they're just being epistemically negligent, well, then they are capable of understanding what this decision means, so they are able to communicate their will on this subject. But I don't think that for a child, and by the way, the way I define child is in the legal sense, it's someone who's not able to communicate their will. So this would also apply to, you know, biological adults who, like, you know, you see this all the time where it's someone who's like so mentally whacked out of their mind that they just go around and they're just like a beast. And it's like, yeah, indeed, we just got to like control this person and remove them from the situation.
Yeah, but again, like I think, see, the thing about this is, right, and I feel like this is the case. It's like all you guys in your camp, it's like you dogpile on me about where I'm not perfectly consistent in my theory, and like even just before, it's like, well, what's my limiting principle on when it's okay to violate the non-aggression principle or that. But then when we get into this, like, okay, so you're the theory guy here, and your theory is coming down to when they communicate their will. Okay, well, it's not when they communicate their will; it's when they communicate their will, and they know they know all of the ramifications. But then, of course, no one really knows.
That's what it means to communicate your will. Like you, like he's doing so hard. He's trying so hard to strawman the idea that the jurists don't have any conviction or principle because there are domains of the law that are yet undiscovered, or that they have gray areas, or that they are being discovered, and that those theories are being put forward. That is completely different than or that the law is individualist and not universal amongst everyone in terms of a specific age, right? So he requires collectivism, and he as a part of libertarianism, as opposed to an individualist philosophy, which is already like really, really bad. But also he's comparing him saying principles can be violated and contradictions can be true to, well, where is it that the individual meets the standard? There is some objective line. Let's engage in what that objective line is. Let's create like the inability of humans to discover the truth, or the, not per se the inability, but the fact that a human being hasn't discovered a truth does not mean that that underlying truth does not exist until humans discover it, right? That's postmodernist nonsense. The truth is true regardless of whether or not a human being or a jurist or an individual in the moment is aware of what the truth is or isn't. The truth is true because it's true. It's irrespective of the human's opinion. He's saying contradictions can be true, and he's saying principles can be violated but still be called principles. These are radically different problems.
Right, but no one really knows all of the ramifications. And so obviously this whole thing, right, it's a spectrum. And to just say this is what the field of psychology is for is like, that's a cop-out. You don't have anything then. Like the thing is that you're going to have to cut it off somewhere, right? And on a certain end, there are going to be some people who are like, I don't know, not super aware of everything, but kind of aware of some things. And you know what I'm saying? Like, there's obviously going to be an area where you're going to have to make a judgment call. So essentially what I'm saying is you're really, when you boil this thing down, right back to where I am on theory. At some point, even a psychologist, by the way, is making a judgment call. It's not objective to say like exactly whether somebody understands all the ramifications of their actions or not. Does any 17-year-old understand the ramifications of all their actions?
He doesn't know what objective is because I think he genuinely believes that objectivity requires the human to claim that it is objective, or no, his claim is if humans have subjective bias, or if humans are incapable of discovering the truth, then the truth does not exist. That is the claim. That is the claim that Dave Smith is making, is that humans make truth. Humans make reality via the primacy of consciousness.
The judgment call here isn't whether or not we want to apply the NEP in this situation. That is that is inviolable. Okay, the judgment call is you have to actually scientifically investigate whether this person is indeed capable of communicating their will on this thing. That's where the scientific investigation comes in. That's where we leave the realm that I deal with, which is law. That law has already answered the question, is already given the objective standard. Now it's up to scientists to try and apply that standard to some particular case in front of them. I can't answer.
But you didn't. What your objective standard was just. Okay, but I don't think you've given an objective standard there at all. But okay.
Because you're not paying attention and you don't understand what his argument is. You're just straw manning it and interrupting.
Well, let's move on from that. I did want to go back to something that a couple things that came up earlier. So I'll ask this one first. Zulu, in your opening remark, you said that basically Dave is straw manning your and the other people's position who are saying that there should be zero restrictions on public property, because the way you're defining that means that would include schools and the state or whoever's controlling the schools that includes not forcing kids on it. But every time Dave brought this up, it was in the context of not this like abstract, what you're advocating for is, essentially what you're just defining privatization at that point. You're just saying, we just don't think they should do anything with the property and stop owning it. But Dave's question was always, what do we do right now? Because, and obviously this relates to the immigration thing, but before we even get to that, if we have time, that's not really the focus of this debate, but it's part of the resolution. I don't think we've talked about it too much here, is this sort of like, yeah, I think Dave and me and you all agree.
He didn't mention rape the entire time. Insane.
The ANCAP position is, what should the state do with public property? It should have never created public property in the first place. And now that it has, it should, cease to exist, and it should become, first come, first serve, or sold. And,
it's interesting to watch a libertarian. Sorry, I was reading chat. It's interesting to watch a libertarian laugh at the prospect of getting rid of public property. It's not like, I get that he's kind of laughing at the idea that is like a proposed policy solution in our current state, but it is just kind of funny to watch a person that runs a libertarian podcast go like, what do we get rid of public property? Funny. It's like, yeah, that's the libertarian position.
So maybe money repaid to the taxpayers, like Alex Nowasta said. But until we get that, Dave is saying, well, isn't it reasonable? Are you going to go to parents and say, sorry, my theory says that the school gets to force your children to be there, but while it's doing no. You don't get to, okay, well.
My theory doesn't say that it's fine for the state to force your children to go there. That's precisely why, I accept this resolution, which is support zero restrictions on public property. Because I don't hold that I have to accept that there should be some restrictions, namely forcing people to stay there, and then remove other. I don't have any dog in that fight. All right, my claim is there should be zero restrictions, and that's what the resolution says. I indeed bite the bullet that there should be zero restrictions on public property. So I'm confused.
Okay, but obviously that obviously is a cop out of the larger conversation. But okay, fine. Look, the whole point.
That's your resolution.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway,
okay,
it's obvious.
How is it a cop out? That's your resolution. Yeah, but like whatever. Like you're a cop out because I say so. I vibed it, bro.
it's just avoiding the issue there. But like, yes, the whole context of this conversation, as everybody involved knows, is that we're not talking about a situation where we are abolishing all public property and.
Wait, hold on. I heard someone earlier say that people thought that Liquid Zulu was chat GPTing throughout the debate. I feel like Liquid Zulu has been so overly chill and not said much and not made very difficult arguments, right? I feel like he's almost been treating Dave with absolute kid gloves. Like, and they think he was using chat GPT. Like at what point does it look like he chat GPT'd an argument?
Privatizing the United States of America. None of us have like a debate about that. The point is that there are a lot of libertarians who are saying all things being given, open borders would be better. And I'm just saying, like, even if you're going to say like all restrictions include the courthouses and all of that, but are you actually going to say that like what, I don't know, people should be allowed to sleep on the highways, people should be allowed to shoot heroin outside of schools or whatever. I mean, like, there's just like,
yeah, that there is that too, right? Like, if you use ChatGPT, who gives a fuck? It's the argument. Is the argument right or is the argument wrong? Are you saying that, like, you know, like, yeah, I don't know, like that's a what is the merit of that argument? That like if you use ChatGPT to research and write your opening statement, is that somehow worse than using a book or something? Is it wrong? Like, I mean, I guess if like you're like just being like, write an opening statement for me, and then it's there, we're like, okay, it might be a really cool open, like, but like, are the arguments right? Are the arguments wrong? Are you able to defend them? Like, I don't get it.
There's obvious implications that are problems even with yours. But the idea is that if you're saying open borders are okay, but like government still controls the land, then obviously in the scenario I was talking about was being like, oh, well, okay, we have a public school that is functioning as a government school. Would it be better if there were zero restrictions on who was allowed in? So like, if you're going to bite the bullet, bite the bullet. If you're not going to bite the bullet and say, oh, no, I'm only saying that like, oh, because the state capitol will be toppled or something like that, that therefore it'll make up for that. But that was the topic of debate that you did a video on, that you, I don't know, like, obviously.
It's not even that I'll make up for. And again, you know, back in that original video, the moral case for open borders, what I describe in that video is the homeless person is in fact homesteading the park. I think that they own that park at that point, or at least some section of the park. And then it's subject to free market, right? That was always my point throughout this entire thing. You know, I don't care what anybody else said on it, where they wanted to keep some restrictions, but peel off others. That has never been my point.
So the homeless man who just walks into a park that an entire community of people have been forced to pay for, and he just sits down there and takes a shit on the swings and shoots up next to them. It's his. That was him mixing his labor with the land, not the people who have been systematically robbed by the government, not the normal families who are just sitting there trying to use it for at least what its purpose was, not the taxpayer. That's who the libertarians have to stick up for, is the homeless junkie.
So it depends. Again, this is where we have to come up with an NEP compliant solution here, right? We can't just throw our arms up and go, well, I guess the NEP doesn't work anymore. So what would be
no one's doing that, dude. No one's doing that.
Hold on. So what would be the actual NEP compliant solution here? Well, somebody can come along whilst the state's still there and declare guardianship. They can publicly say, hey, I'm declaring guardianship over this given public possession, and I'm going to try and maintain it. And when the state goes away, I'm gonna step in and I'm gonna homestead it, and I'm gonna, you know, make sure that it's gonna, you know, be used for restitution or whatever. That would be
a good way to be unalive.
So that is one possibility.
Sorry, I had to create a new category, which is times Jacob interrupts the debate to argue or to stop someone from arguing and to argue himself something. That was probably like that was a very small one, but it was probably like not him trying to actively moderate, just getting frustrated that Zulu was right or something. I don't know.
Be used for restitution or whatever. That would be a
good way to be unalive.
So that is one possibility, dude. That is one possibility. The other is like a cop could go beat it. Right. Get out of here.
Right. Yeah. So it sounds like a good way to get unalived.
Slightly more. Mine seems slightly more realistic and slightly more like within the realm of what could actually happen maybe tomorrow, and not just like a multi-general, like effort that we believe is theoretically sound in our heads. Like I just, I don't know. This stuff just gets into
I don't know, bro.
territory,
Like
and
goofy,
there
like
just is
theory or something. Like he has no argument other than it's more realistic that a cop will beat up someone. What does that even mean? So you're saying, what's your claim here? That if someone goes and puts up a sign and says, "I homestead this park for when the state dissolves itself and will take over guardianship of this park," that like it's therefore morally good for cops to beat the shit out of that person? Like, what are you talking about?
This really is where there's just a difference between living in theory in your head and living in reality, and going like, we could, yes, but there's another solution that has this one added benefit of might actually fucking possibly happen, that could happen right now under the current paradigm. And if you want to say, well, hey, you're not being pure to your principle in 100% of situations, no matter how ridiculous it is. I mean, honestly, dude, it's just like, yeah, but you'd let your mom get tortured in front of you. So like, yes, that's true. In that situation, I'm fine with the cop telling the guy to leave. Don't let old men into public schools. That's actually the correct answer as of right now.
Okay, again, so the cop telling the guy to leave and not, homestead this property, not get in there. Well, that's equivalent to someone, a border agent sitting on the border and saying, no, you're not allowed in here, right? But if you're going to take the reduction against me, it would include that the cop shouldn't tell the guy to go away. The cop shouldn't do that. It should be open to homesteading. And again, that's what I've always defended.
I'm sorry. Can you just restate that? I don't think I followed you on that.
So you're saying the more likely scenario, in a situation where someone's a guardian, they're trying to declare themselves as a guardian of this public park or whatever, and they're saying, I'm going to try and, homestead this thing when I'm able to. Okay. But then you're saying, well, the more likely thing there is the cop just tells this guy to piss off. Okay, well, that's actually equivalent to someone sitting on the border and saying, no, you're not allowed in here, Jose, or whatever. Okay, but then if you're taking the reduction against me, which is the open border stance, I'm also claiming that the cop shouldn't tell this guy to go away. He should allow this guardian to come in and homestead this park and, sell it off to somebody else and try and, get this back into the market here. That's what I'm claiming, and that's what I've always claimed.
Well, Zulu, but you do realize that there's kind of a barrier. Like, yeah, I think we're all open to like, what can we do either now or in the future to start privatizing public property? But I think Dave's point is always like,
the difference is just that we're living in real life, not in theory. I mean, that's honestly the difference. Is that you're coming up with a solution that is completely far-fetched and unrealistic, cannot possibly happen in real life because you want it to be consistent with your theory. I understand that that's what drives you to the point that you will take the most.
What about that guardian doing? What about the guardian doing that is impossible?
Because obviously we live in anarcho-tyranny, and the police force would not look. The reality of the situation we live in, whether libertarians like it or not, okay, is that the state can crush any of us. All of us only have anything because the state allows us to have it. Like they could come with overwhelming force and destroy any of us if they wanted to. That actually is objectivism, if you want to really know what's objective. What is objective is that there's men with guns who rule over us and they make the decisions. There's no, in a scenario, in a
That was an almost funny joke.
Modern city today, nobody is coming and claiming ownership over some private park, some public park. The cops would shut that down in a second. The point is that the government's put us in a position like the same thing with the border, where they control the thing and then decide when to enforce the.
Yeah, I don't think Dave even understood what Zulu said, right? Because he's arguing against a straw man. Right? Like Zulu didn't say, it is true in reality right now that the most likely thing, if someone goes and puts up a sign and attempts to, and says, once the state lets me, I will claim guardianship and custodianship and return this to the market. It is true that the cops would allow that, and the cops would actually let them do that. That's not the claim that he's making. The claim that he's making is that what someone could do is put up a sign and say, do that. And what ought be done is the cops ought leave them alone. But that is the libertarian position. And then he has said, and that what someone could do is that they could put up a sign that says, when the state is gone, I will take over guardianship or custodianship of this.
Rules and when not to, and not in a coherent or sane manner. And so that would never happen. The cops would shut you down immediately. But here in real life, all over major cities throughout the United States of America, those same cops that would not let you do that are also allowing homeless junkies to lay down under a slide. And it's a real problem. And so forgive me if.
Substance of Zulu's point, our job is not to advocate for more government because it is realistic. Our job is to advocate for Ancapistan because it is really good. Yeah.
If I'm more concerned with solving real problems in the real world than making sure that you don't ever feel like you contradict yourself.
Solving real problems in the real world, right? This is kind of arrow of regression situation we're talking about with Nicola, right? Like, is Dave thinks the government can solve problems because he's not a libertarian.
Well, again, contradictions are false. And by the way, this thing
Right,
of,
I know.
well, we live in an anarcho-tyranny, so we're not going to privatize it. It's like, okay, great, yeah, I know, right? And that's why I'm advocating that we be able to privatize these things. And if I don't advocate that, well, then we're never going to get there, right? It's just never going to happen unless somebody's out here advocating that these things should be privatized.
Yeah, see, I think this is...
This apply, by the way, to also the Hoppian solution, like the syndicalist approach of how you privatize public property, right? That we don't live under the world. We're able to do that. It's like, okay, well, yeah, great, duh.
Right. Okay. But so then what it really comes down to is that you're saying, well, all we got to do between now and then is say, privatize it, privatize it, privatize it. I just don't think that's right. I think that, right. Okay, fine. But like, look, man, I'll just say, and dude, honestly,
look, man, I'll just say that we should violate the NAP and that we should support government solutions to problems because like I live in the real world or something.
Man, I wish you all the best in your career. And I hope you reach millions and millions of people with the great stuff that I think you have to say about economics and even a lot of the philosophical stuff. I've watched over the years, like I've been a libertarian for 20 years or so, a little less than that now. And I remember like before I was even like on the scene, before I was even podcasting, there were these guys.
Dude, I need like a story time with Dave Smith where he just fucking just goes off on some irrelevant ass shit. Like, what is this?
Who were kind of like big, what you might call celebritarians or whatever. And they were, like Adam Kokesh had a show on RT. Larkin Rose had made a bunch of like YouTube videos that had like blown up at the time. And even when I started podcasting, I mean, those guys were way ahead of me. They had started before and had big audiences way before I had an audience. And I watched those guys I'm not saying this like take a shot at either of them. I got nothing against either of them, but like I just watched them like fade into irrelevance, like just not move the needle at all. Like just it's like that, and then go and just like lose debates really badly. And because they were taking just crazy positions that are just totally untenable, that are going to get everyone to go, this is just absurd. And I don't think that that's the correct method. I do think that like there's a balance, and I think that like if there was anything, like if I'm trying to be as charitable as possible, like. I thought you got a lot of shit wrong in the video that you made about me. I mean, like,
those bedtime videos on YouTube? What if it was just 5 hours of Dave Smith rambling you to sleep? I would be too angry.
Almost everything that I saw, I thought you got wrong. But like, there was one point I saw where you were talking about how like, look, like when Ron Paul, is asked about immigration, he at least like pivots back to this vision of a free society, and where Dave is like always just trying to prove that he's not a goofy open border libertarian on this issue. Like, I think there's a reasonable criticism of me in that, I don't like, it is possible that like there's a balance, and maybe I haven't struck the balance perfectly. I've been very open talking about how I don't think I've talked about economics enough on the big shows I've been on. But like, there's a balance. Yeah, you want to talk about like the vision for a free society. You want to talk about the fact that we want to move in that direction. You want to get as many people reading Ron Paul and Murray Rothbard and Ludwig von Mises as possible.
But you don't fuck it.
I humbly say I've been doing pretty good in that department as far as people in our society go. But I also think that you're just going to be much more relevant, taken much more seriously. And
yeah, this is like friend zoning. And it's like, it's not like you haven't been shitting on Liquid Zulu for like over a year. This is a lie. This is you are watching a new movement gain some power within some very limited amount of clout and power within the libertarian space. And now you're trying to rewrite history. Like Clint Russell has me blocked because I dared challenge him on anything. Fucking Yaron Brook did the same thing, but obviously that's, objectivism, right? Redheaded libertarian has been gatekeeping, right? Like he hasn't blocked me because he probably doesn't know enough about me, but you have been shitting on all of the radicals and actively arguing against actual libertarian positions constantly in the public space. You don't get to then rewrite history and be like, I wish you so well. I hope you do so many great things. Like you actually have really good points. And the goal is to get people to read these radical, things like Ron Paul and Hoppe and stuff. Like you're full of shit. No, you've been consistently watering down your message for clout and fame. And you haven't moved the needle towards libertarianism. You have moved the needle as you have opened up to a wider and wider audience of people that will listen to you, because you're making realistic takes in the real world, and you're not taking goofy, bite bullying things, because you're counter signaling libertarianism.
Move the needle much more.
Yeah, and of course, yeah, and you claimed we're worse than communists. But like, yeah, you totally want people to be libertarians.
But I also think that you're just going to be much more relevant, taken much more seriously, and move the needle much more in our actual huge opportunity that we have in the culture right now. If your immediate solution for things isn't like, yeah, we just have to have no government restrictions on anything. And even though we all know on some level this would lead to like an unmitigated disaster tomorrow, we have to support that anyway, because privatize it. I just disagree with your.
Why would it lead to an unmitigated disaster tomorrow? The reason that it would lead to an unmitigated disaster tomorrow if we had open borders is because we have the Civil Rights Act. It's because we have an insanely strong welfare system that is propping up immigrants and bringing in the worst fucking immigrants. And so the reason, like, he's not wrong on that. It absolutely would lead to a big problem. And that's because what you are doing, what Dave Smith is doing, what Donald Trump is doing, what the Republicans are doing, is that you are making the argument that the government can solve this problem created by the welfare state by ignoring the welfare state as an issue, and instead locking up Consuela and deporting her back to her third world country that's war torn. That's what you are arguing, is that you can violate the rights of millions of people and get rid of them in this country, and you can use violence and the state and guns to break apart homes, to break apart families, to deny the private property rights of millions of people that are living in America, and that will solve the problem created by welfare.
Subjective strategy on that.
Again, what it means to have no government restrictions on things is, yeah, indeed, that would be, this is like the point with the Austrian business cycle theory, that if there's been all this malinvestment, we're in like this big boom period, right? When that gets cut off, we enter a bust, and it is, it's bad, but you got to go through that bust. The bust is the good part. Right, so yeah, if the government tomorrow, Trump calls me up and is like, "Hello, look what Zulu, I've been loving the content," and he's like, "Hey, tell me all the policies you want me to implement right now," and I managed to achieve ANCAP-STAN. Every state in the entire world immediately collapsed. Yeah, there'd be a lot of bad things which would happen, but that's the bust period. We've been in this infini boom for the past like several millennia now, so yeah, there's going to be a hell of a bust which comes up, but we got to go through that bust. You got to have the bust in order to actually get back to rational allocation.
Again, it's stated as if it's an objective claim, but no, a business cycle and an entire society are different things, and allowing homeless junkies into
that's not the argument that he made, but cool.
Elementary school is not cleansing malinvestment from an economy. Those are just very different things. And in fact,
what is the
allowing a homeless junkie into a girl's bathroom is actually just completely an unnecessary step in a transition from here to ANCAP-STAN. It's not the necessary correction after a bunch of malinvestment. In fact, you could just have an orderly solution. Like, I mean, I don't know. There's a million different scenarios, and we're not going to ANCAP.
So I'm going to create made-up scenarios that go against what your claims are. His claim is not, we should maintain the school, maintain children being forced to be in the school, maintain the fact that the law requires that there be children sent to public schools. But what we should do is we should allow grown homeless men to enter the bathroom of schoolgirls. Like, that is not the claim that anybody is making. That's the claim that you're making as a straw man so that you can maintain your position that private borders and public property ought to be protected by the state with U.S. tax dollars stolen from people.
Stand tomorrow, and like, frankly, these debates just like really are not the thing that interest me. But I don't know. There's just never been a serious.
These debates are not the things that interest me. I know you like being able to talk to like neoliberal fucking Democrat Party propped up retards that you can smack down by using their own logic against them because you have the same logic, just values that more match what normal people think.
Reasonable libertarian who ever had that proposal as how we unwind the state. Maybe you privatize it. Maybe there's an auction. Maybe there's some type of like shares given out to the.
All right, guys, I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll get another drink. I'm not gonna get a UTI sitting here, fucking whatever. But I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss, wash my hands, whatever. Do I still have my Be Right Back screen set up? I don't remember if it's set up correctly. Yeah. Where's chat? Boom. All right, I'll be right back, boys. All right. Whew. We're back, boys. Dude, 8 of you left? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? I only had to take a quick piss. Let's misbehave. All right, let's continue.
Community. Maybe you hand it over to a board of the parents. But in the meantime, you don't let homeless junkies in, man. I mean, like, it's just, this is not, I don't know. This is just too goofy, man. I swear to God, I thought I was being trolled by your whole inquiry here, that you're going to bite the bullets and that this is going to like destroy me in a debate or something, man. But like, there's just, it just doesn't logically follow that you need that step at all. And like, look, dude, there are, again, like I said before, there are complicated factors going on here. Like, it just got alleged by Stephen Miller. And I don't know exactly if this is true, but he may not be making this up. But he said that they've found like all the documents and that the Biden administration specifically requested for millions of migrants to be brought into the country, which again, like really doesn't seem that far-fetched. We already know there's a lot of UN money, a lot of NGO money was going into that shit. So like, okay, yeah.
Okay, cool. So this totally different thing.
Perfect libertarian theory, like the government's not supposed to do nothing to no one and we're supposed to have private property, but we don't have any of that. We have this situation right now. Is it so obvious to a libertarian that like it's once that happens, right? Let's just say that story's true.
That's a wild
So
sip.
either way, the story's basically true. A government intentionally brings millions of people into a country. They pay for it with the money they stole from the domestic population or destroying their currency or whatever. They bring in a foreign population that would not have otherwise been here. Okay. Now they are in because of state action. Is it such an obvious conclusion that from the libertarian perspective, it's better off to leave them here?
Do you remember in the fourth great ninja war in Naruto where what is it, Kimimaro and the fucking twins from the hidden village in the clouds, right? Like and they have like those artifacts that like where you cut them once and it records your most used word. If that was to happen to Dave Smith during this debate, it would very obviously be obvious.
Here, then remove them back to where they were. I actually think this falls into the range of like, life's more complicated than that. And actually, you know, like there are these conflicting times where like one act, nothing else following after that, does more of a thing than one act and then an act that undid that last thing. And so in the same sense, the government owning a public street and deciding that homeless junkies are allowed to shoot up on the street is like a different thing like then there's just as reasonable a case that we know they wouldn't do this privately. We should support this not being the status quo.
Yeah, but
So
okay,
he did say a few things there. I just want to quickly,
quick.
say what I would say.
Oh, you just real quick. Anyway, it's you fucking Jacob. What are you doing?
On those things. So as far as like a homeless junkie who's like erratic and this guy's like a crazy person or whatever, having him around children is absolutely proper. To grab this guy and throw him out of society, that's fine. I'm perfectly fine with that. As for
but isn't that a violation of the non-aggression principle?
No, I don't think it is, because I think if you've got this like person throwing their machete around and they're running at children.
No, we're not throwing a machete around. Just make it a homeless junkie who's got feces all over him and is like clearly on drugs and just a clearly unstable looking person. Is it okay to grab him and throw him out?
Yeah, what it means to say this person is unstable is that he is a risk to my children. He is threatening my children. So
wait, no, hold on. Well, no, because let's be real precise here with this. I'm sorry, I'm just going to push you on this now. So no, a risk and threatening are not the same thing. Like a threat is something like I'm going to hurt your child. A risk is like I just looked at this guy, eyed him up. I'm working on probability now. He might not do anything. He hasn't threatened anybody, but
I mean, it feels like Dave Smith learned a little bit of libertarian theory since his debate with Andrew Wilson, which is like pathetic because he knows none in this. Like essentially like statistically irrelevant amount of libertarian theory throughout this debate.
So how is it not an act of aggression to grab that guy and throw him out just because I thought it was likely going to lead to aggression?
Yeah, so the way I'm envisioning this scenario is that you've got this sort of maniac of a person, right? We've all seen the videos of like, these people on like public transport or whatever, and then suddenly they just start stabbing someone, right? That's why we don't want them around children, is because we think they're a threat, right? That's the reason why you don't want them there. So as far as the business cycle point,
no, wait, hold on. That's not an answer to my question, man. So that you think they're a threat? I mean,
Dave demanding that Liquid Zulu give a precise answer to his question is peak fucking irony. Dave spent the first hour of this debate just gish galloping contradictory nonsense and pretending to like think that like Zulu is crazy whilst not answering a single one of his questions and whilst not really talking about the prompt at all and whilst not making any positive arguments. It's actually impressive how much he danced around saying anything meaningful. Like I genuinely believe that I would be incapable of being of speaking for that length of time and saying nothing of substance. It would be difficult for me to do so. Like I genuinely don't think if I tried, I could have a lack of clarity or a lack of positive positions to the degree that Dave did. It's actually, he's like impressively not saying anything.
So just
what are you basing this on? I mean, like black people disproportionately commit a lot of crime. Can we just go based off of they're black? So now I can initiate violence against them? How is this not a violation of the non-aggression principle that you're supporting right now?
So no, I'm not saying remove any black person from school. Again, what I'm saying is,
but what's your criteria? They look like a threat. You perceive them as a threat.
Why does Dave seems like he's very worried that Liquid Zulu will answer the question. So it seems like he just always interrupts anytime Liquid Zulu attempts to answer a question so that he can derail him from being able to answer a question and get in more questions that are unanswered. So it's like, it's a combination of gish galloping when it's his turn to speak. And then when it's Liquid Zulu's turn to speak, it's gish galloping and interrupting so that he can have multiple unanswered questions too. And then the normies will be like, oh, look at all these questions that went unanswered. And it's all Dave's fault because he's impressively bad faith and incoherent.
Just that they look like a threat. It's that the objective they are a threat. That's what I was assuming the scenario was. Are you saying that this person is no threat to children? You 100% no. He's just
no. I'm not claiming. No. I'm not claiming you 100%. No, I'm talking about like just a guy who's a homeless junkie who wants to go into the elementary school and sit in the girls' changing room. Like, yes, I mean, so in my scenario, we don't know. Obviously, there's a very high probability.
Thanks for the sub, man.
And obviously, if done in large enough numbers, real children are going to be injured. They are going to be brutalized as a result of this. We know that in large numbers. We don't know in the individual case. This isn't a standard for saying you can initiate force from libertarian theory.
So again, the way we look at these scenarios, right? What do you think of when you think homeless junkie entering a girl's restroom? Well, you're thinking that guy's trying to hurt children. That's at least
but you're
what I
thinking
see
that
about it.
isn't. But you're thinking that isn't the libertarian standard. I could be thinking you're a threat to me right now. What type of objective standard?
What objectively is the case when someone is breaking into?
Yeah, but you don't know. No, you don't know if it's objectively the case. You guys like you can't just pretend everything's objective. I described the scenario very clearly. It's a homeless guy, looks erratic, clearly doesn't belong in a bathroom with children, but you don't objectively know that he's a threat. He might not be. There sure seems to be a high probability that he is, though.
That's what it means for someone to be erratic, right? That's what erratic means.
Okay. Again, I described it very clearly. So I don't understand how you're not abandoning the non-aggression principle here. You can just decide that he's a threat and then remove him. I don't know, dude. Like, where do we start? You're willing to bite the bullet to let your own mom get tortured to death, dude. Just let the homeless guy into the kid's bathroom. I mean, what's worse than that bullet, man? Just bite this one. And then okay, we can stand on that. You're the perfect guy who's worked out all of the theory. And I'm just a guy who has some libertarian tendencies, but isn't a real libertarian according to you. But your perfect theory.
You're not a real libertarian according to you. It's not according to Liquid Zulu. Like, you have showcased it throughout this entire debate that you believe contradictions exist. You believe that there are principles that are higher than the non-aggression principle. You believe that you ought violate the non-aggression principle under those circumstances. And that is an open and honestly, it was an open and shut case the moment you accepted that you were against the debate proposition. The entire debate did not need to occur for it to be absolutely 100% objectively without a single shadow of a doubt that Dave Smith is abandoning libertarianism and is not a libertarian and actively fighting against libertarianism. When you accepted that it is sometimes good to violate the non-aggression principle, and that we ought violate the non-aggression principle under certain circumstances, then you have categorically stated you are against the theory of libertarianism and that you are an anti-libertarian, and that you would like to debate against libertarianism and why libertarianism is wrong. Point, period. Like, just by accepting the debate and accepting that you are against the prompt, you are against libertarianism, period. So, this idea that, well, according to you, I'm not a libertarian. According to you, Dave. What are you talking about? Read the words, galloping like a horse. What am I missing? Also, thanks for the subs, guys. I appreciate
it. Is I have to allow my kids to get tortured to death before I steal a penny. Okay, I'm fine with not being in whatever your definition group is, but again, to sit here and say you're sitting here and saying that I straw man your guys' position. I mean, dude, you edited up videos of me.
You do, and you have been doing it this entire conversation
to make it look like I was saying the exact opposite thing of what I was saying. You played a clip, you edited up a video to make it look like I was threatening some woman or I was inciting violence against her. I mean, I don't think I'm straw manning here. I think you challenged me to this bite the bullet debate. I'm sitting here asking you to bite the bullet, and you're avoiding it.
So again,
no, here's the thing: is you don't get to say this is the thing. Dave Smith thinks biting the bullet means I will create a scenario, and then you will give me a yes or no question, and that there will be no conversation whatsoever after that. That's not what biting the bullet means. Also, claiming that I watched the full context of what he said, and it's pretty fucking it's the idea that you didn't threaten foe is fucking bullshit. You didn't explicitly threaten foe, right? Philosopher, right? You didn't explicitly say we should kill philosopher. You just said that there are things worth killing over, and that and you said it in 7 different ways regarding her position. And then you let it be ambiguous as to whether or not you were talking about we should kill philosopher or we should just kill the actor or the agent that is going into the school and like wink wink nudge nudge, maybe I'm not talking about philosopher. Like you made it ambiguous so that it would be seen as threatening her because you were angry with her position. And to act like, no, see, actually you just kind of you misunderstood how I was doing. You were intentionally vague on purpose.
I'm perfectly fine biting the bullet that you shouldn't ever commit aggression. I just want to say, like, I have gone over the deceptive editing claims. I went over that in my response to your guys' response. So it's not necessarily good to rehash that here. Obviously, we're limited.
Well, I mean, yeah, you took the part out where I was making it a hypothetical and sure made it sound like I was talking about the people who I was just talking about. If you listen to the full version, nobody comes away, including those two, who I guarantee watched it. Nobody comes away with the impression that I was calling for violence against anyone. But when you watch your edited video, it kind of does sound like I am.
That's fucking insane if you say that no one comes away with the impression that you're calling for violence against anyone. Like, that's just not true.
Like, come on, dude.
Again, I never made any claims of that sort. I was using that.
I know.
I was using that as evidence for my claim that this is like kind of your inflammatory rhetoric around the border. That was what I said in the video. Right? I said that
and then
you
just sat there. Right. Yeah, I understand. You didn't directly say it. You just let everybody else say it and then went, I didn't edit the video. I don't know.
Bitch, that's what you did. You didn't directly say we should kill philosopher. You just got real fucking angry about it in response to her arguments, and you let it be ambiguous as to whether or not you were talking about philosopher or whether or not you were talking about like a homeless person coming into a school.
What you're talking about. Yeah. Okay.
So, like, in what way wasn't they doing?
And also, didn't Jack Lloyd and philosopher both say on Twitter that you were threatening her?
That.
In the way where you took out the part where it made it clearly a hypothetical, where I'm just talking about, I mean, look, for anybody who doesn't know, essentially what I said was, oh, I call these guys as bad as a commie or a Nazi. And like, yeah, I mean that. They are as bad as a commie or a Nazi. And when you're advocating that homeless people be allowed around, like your children, like, my God, I'm not in a situation like that. But like, imagine I was a guy making 20 grand a year. And imagine my wife had to work and I couldn't afford for her to stay home. And imagine I had to send my kids to public school because there's truancy laws. And then you were like somebody who's advocating and putting my kids in harm's danger. Like, I was like, man, I would murder over. It's me. I have the anti-theory of you. I would murder to protect my kids. I would die to protect my kids. But when you cut out the...
Okay, you're literally affirming it right now that, by the way, I agree with this. The only reason I don't currently agree with this is because I have enough money to not send my children to that school. You're literally... Dave cannot be this retarded, right? Like, he is literally saying that person would share the value of murdering to protect their kids. And that is good, that one ought do that. So you're literally just doubling down on it right now.
Part where it goes, oh, if I was in this scenario where I make $30,000 a year, and if I was in this, and if I was in a completely different hypothetical situation, and a different hypothetical person was saying this thing, you cut that part out and just leave me going, I said these guys are as bad as commies and Nazis, then back to, I would kill over some things. And saying you're as bad as a commie is the least of what you'd have to deal with. Yes, when you cut the entire hypothetical part out, it sure does look like I was saying something different.
You just re-explained and doubled down in a way. Oh my God. Dave, you can't be this dumb, can he? Can he really be this dumb?
Than I was. Again, thousands of people watched that show when it happened 2 years ago. Not one person was retarded enough to think that I was calling for violence against the wife of some libertarian guy. I mean, anyway, whatever.
Against the wife of some libertarian guy. By the way, he totally wishes that the hardcore ANCAPs get the respect and grow and push their ideas. He totally wishes that. But by the way, philosopher is just the wife of some libertarian guy. The wife of some libertarian guy. That's who philosopher is. She's just Jack Lloyd's husband, you know? He's just some libertarian guy. He hasn't written a bunch of books, made a bunch of, no offense, Jack Lloyd, really cringy music videos. Sorry, they're not good. I love your fight. Your music videos are cringe. All right? Fucking, I'm just saying. Am I glitched? What's happening? I don't look glitched on my end. I don't have any warnings from anything. All right.
No, I think we should move off of that point for now. That's been talked about enough. I want to move to the audience super chats and questions in a minute, but I did have a couple things I wanted to pose to both of you. So, Zulu, you.
Oh yeah, I see it now that it's like catching up for a second. I don't know. I'm not getting any warnings from YouTube and I'm not getting any warnings from Streamlabs, but there's this thing like with this new update with YouTube where it just kind of fucking breaks after a couple of hours. After you get to like I'm guessing somewhere around now. Luckily, I set it up now. I tried a different encoder to see if it would work, but I set it up to where I can close the stream and restart the stream. It's just like a new thing that started happening with fucking YouTube's update. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, is the audio skipping or is it just the video that's skipping? Because I'm using YouTube's recommended bitrate. And then there's this new update that they pushed out that is like just fucking with people on Streamlabs. So I switched my codec from AMD to just like standard software times 264, put the bitrate right at their recommended level, which is 6800. And the settings that, you know, people say seem to work. But I'm not getting the warnings yet that there's an issue. But again, I set it up to where I can reestablish connection. So give it another minute or two, and if the problem doesn't resolve itself, then I will I'll disconnect and reconnect.
Are saying that you, and I know because I've talked to you, that obviously you don't want the state,
but it's happening right at the 4-hour mark, which almost feels like there's like a reason for it.
Importing millions of people. That's obviously also not, that's just the way you don't want the public school to.
Bro, it was the worst. It was the worst timing. Like I got raided by Rob, and like Jeb Tan was like, "Let's make sure we talk shit on the Crucible and Andrew Wilson." And I was just like, "Dude, I didn't even see the fucking debate. I just saw clips. Like why? Like fucking I don't know." Oh fuck, dude. Yeah, I'm still not getting any warnings from YouTube, so I don't even know if it would fix anything to reset. But I'm also not getting any warnings or notifications from Streamlabs. What's going on? Stream lag? Thought that was my end. I guess I'm gonna have to try and reset the stream. All right, so just stay here. Supposedly I have it fixed where I can do it the right way. I'm gonna end the stream on Streamlabs and then just reconnect, but I'm gonna keep the stream up on YouTube and it should reestablish the connection. Hopefully that like works. So give me just a second and be ready to refresh the stream. It's like a new thing. It's like a new update that YouTube pushed this fucking people. All right. Testing. Let me go to my YouTube. Can people hear me? We're back. All right. Is it still glitching out or is it done? How's it going? How's it going, boys? Ooh. Still glitching. Okay, so what the fuck? And it happened like right at the 4-hour mark, like magically. All right, well. Well, there's nothing I can fucking do. It's like a YouTube fucking problem. It's fine for you, but you're on mobile? Well, I'm seeing it glitch on the thing. I changed it to the YouTube's recommended bitrate. Put it lower, maybe. I mean, I'd have to. Why would a lower bit rate shouldn't help me in this situation? Only thing I can do is try and make one more reconnection. All right, I'm gonna try and make one more reconnection. All right, so give me just. All right, I reconnected. All right, I'm back. I should be connected again. Hopefully, it only gave me a warning about my bit rate, which is because YouTube is having like some weird connection thing with Streamlabs where like over time it starts creating problems. And I only got it when I closed the stream and came back. Like it says the stream is healthy and excellent and everything is perfectly fine on Streamlabs end. It's literally just YouTube having problems. We can hear fine, just can't watch correctly. I don't think you can do much to fix. Yeah, like I've changed everything on my end before this stream to try and fix it and set up new stuff to where I could reestablish a new connection. And how's the CPU temp? Why are you asking my fucking CPU? It's not my CPU temp. Like I'm not cutting out on Streamlabs end. Like it's not on my end. It's on YouTube's end. And I've done all the settings I can to try and fix that. This is a YouTube problem with people that are using Streamlabs. Like I may have to like redo my my OBS and start using OBS instead of Streamlabs. What is my GPU temps? I'm not fucking running programs right now to fucking try and find my graphics card temps right now. That's not the issue.
You know, like, yeah, we all want privatization. We've been over that. Do you not see that there is, I guess it's kind of a question, goes both ways, but do you not see that there is a big difference between like your hypothetical and the one that Dave was originally asking, which was just getting at, like, while we're still waiting for privatization to be feasible in here and now, get enough people on board where we can actually do it, there's nothing that is like a anti-libertarian, inconsistent libertarian take to be like, you know, saying you're okay with the state keeping, you know, the kids that the state has kidnapped. Well, they should not do that. They should not force kids to go there. But it would be a double aggression to be like, and now we have these kids here, and we're going to allow these other dangerous people to be coming in as well. So that was Dave's entire point, and I feel like that was the premise of like when Dave's saying, should we support restrictions on public property? It's not the like, is that the it's not even like a libertarian position. It's more like just like, you know, I know you don't like the word pragmatically, practically.
He's interrupting to re-explain Dave's position, masked as a question for Zulu, to rehash Dave's argument about why he's wrong, and then just go. But you know, anyways, like it's not a libertarian position; it's a pragmatism position. like I don't like. I feel like you're trying to help Dave out here, Jacob, but like you're not helping. You're just proving that he's a pragmatist.
Speaking right now, what should be libertarian? What, you know, like I feel like you're always doing this thing where you're, and I get it. You're a natural law theorist. You focus on the theory, but people are going to ask reasonable questions of like, you know, especially if you're saying, well, I don't know. Hopefully this makes sense. You know, like I feel like you're never addressing the here and now and like, you know, what do we do in the interim, right? Like similarly, like I don't think you would say if someone said, hey, we want to abolish taxation, but right now the best I can do is, you know, cut it by 50%. Like you wouldn't be some like weird absolutist saying like, no, it's all or nothing, you know? So, you know, anyway, what do you have to say to that?
So as far as evaluating policy proposals, I accept Mises and Pavlovich's regression theorem. Nikola Pavkovich, he presented this on Fabian Liberty's stream. So basically, the idea is you look at which way the arrow is pointing with any given policy.
Hey, I got a shout out, boys. Let's go.
You go, okay, well, this policy, is it built on the premise that government can solve problems? We all agree there are many problems out there, right? There are many specific scarcities which impede the acquisition of your values. And the question is this policy built on the premise that government can solve these problems? Now, I'm saying with the bordertarian point, they're pointing to all these problems with immigration. And their claim is that the government can solve that. Now, if you take that principle seriously, well, that same principle can be used to justify any further interventions into the economy, right? And specifically, we know that those interventions, that any given intervention into the economy will indeed generate more problems, right? That's everybody knows that. And so then those further problems that are created by this first intervention, well, you can just as easily justify intervening to stop that. So the correct way to evaluate a given policy, as far as libertarians are concerned, is if the policy isn't built on the premise that government can solve problems, if it's in fact built on the premise that government can't solve problems, then it's a justified policy. So if the 50% tax cut was built on the premise that, well, we want the government to make the maximum revenue and we believe in the Laffer curve or whatever, that would be a bad policy by libertarian standards. The way we should advocate for that tax cut, and this would be a good policy, is if it's built on the premise that, well, taxation is theft and the government can't solve problems. So we need to try and cut taxation as much as possible. And maybe you can only cut 50% at the moment. Maybe that's all you can get the votes for. But it's still a good policy by libertarian standards because it regresses into...
What is FF? Fell Fabian?
Total anarcho-capitalism. Because if you keep recursively applying that premise that government can't solve problems, eventually you end up in anarchism.
Well, okay, well then I would just respond quickly and say, my premise is that the state shouldn't kidnap children and aggress upon them. And from that premise, I would say, and they should.
What's happening? What is the FF? What is this like F's in the chat because the stream is down? Like, what is happening? Or is this just fell Fabian, whatever that's supposed to mean?
Do a double aggression where they kidnap them and then put them in danger. Like, I just think that does follow the same kind of logic you're playing. But Dave, I also want to put something to you.
What?
Like, I just think, and from that premise, I would say, and they shouldn't do a double aggression where they kidnap them and then put them in danger. Like, I just think that does follow the same kind of logic you're playing. But Dave, I also want to put something to you because I'm on your side when it comes to this like public property thing. But do you not see that there's kind of a big this because on the immigration front, I think there's a big jump from allowing a local government to enforce the boundary of a school and to keep homeless people and drug addicts out of it versus what it takes. Because listen, everything you said about the consequences of like open migration and this like Biden policy to let in millions of people, like, yeah, that's bad. And obviously that's going to lead to like negative consequences. And I think Zulu, you even agree that that's, not something you necessarily think is good, even though you don't think that we can use government to solve it. But isn't it it's a much bigger ask?
Yeah, that's crazy for a moderator to go. Anyways, I'm on your side, right? All right, I'm going to try this one more time and lower the bit rate. All right, so give me just a second. All right, we're gonna try one more time. I'm gonna disconnect, lower the bit rate, and see if that fixes it on YouTube's end. So give. It didn't even say that the stream was unhealthy when I did that. Why are you guys asking technical questions I can't answer in the middle of stream? Like, what are you doing? All right. Woo. Let's see if that worked. Right? You're like, guys, become a tech guru instantaneously. Also, give me data. What kernel am I running? I'm not running a fucking kernel. I'm on Windows. Yeah, this is very clearly just like an entirely new YouTube issue that I can't fix.
to be like, what it takes, the amount of show of force and centralization and tax revenue and money printing that it takes to get the force required to expel those people then is a much bigger ask than just a school keeping homeless people out of it.
Oh, you're talking about like mass deportations or something like
Right,
that?
yeah, mass deportations and stuff like
okay,
that.
so sure. No question. No question about that, right? And so I'm certainly happy to concede that, like, yes, mass deportations is a whole different dynamic, and there's lots of different potential infringements on liberty and costs to all of that. So that's something where, like, the devil really is in the details. I'm just making the point that, like, look, if we're just talking about it from theory, which I guess is what this debate is about, it's like the government did move all of these people in here, either in effect or literally did do that. And so that does create a little bit of a problem for libertarians and how we might view these things. But just like in response to, some of the stuff Zulu's saying, like, it's kind of like I said on your show, Jacob, like, the older I get, the more certain I get about a narrower set of ideas, and the more humble I get about a much broader set of ideas. And like all this speaking about
strategy or things, man, I just get humble and I just do what makes sense.
Strategy as if it's like some objectively superior strategy. I don't know. I see a lot of holes in this stuff. The truth is, I think it's one of the things that Rand really failed on, that I see, like, one of the things she just got so wrong.
Dude, this is so fucking frustrating. Now I'm getting the same warnings I was getting before, and reestablishing connection does nothing. It's literally just that like YouTube, for whatever setup I have, just broke with an update. I have, like, guys, I have no idea how to, like, get the stream back. It's just now, after a certain amount of hours, my stream just crashes. It slowly starts, like YouTube just keeps getting more, like lowering the amount of data that it's getting. The stream is not, I'm getting warnings saying that, like, the stream's bitrate is dropped down to like 2K. No, let me see. Let me look back at it for a second. If that's the case, Dave should be in favor of mass deportation. Yeah, presumably. Yeah, and it just, like, starts ejecting my viewers, and I start losing a ton of viewers, and the quality of the content drops. Like, I'll have to figure this out. Worst case scenario, next time I stream, we'll have like a really basic stream setup, because I'll be streaming from OBS instead of Streamlabs OBS. Which is fun. Yeah, I just keep getting warnings and crashes, and this has been like the last 3 streams. Quality of your content, as in your quality of commentary, drops. Well, it's just like I'm like trying to figure out how to fix shit midstream, and like paying attention to when, like, it's geeking out and shit. Like, I can't, like, this level of glitching and drops and stuff. I gotta, like, I'm gonna have to. Oh, all right. I'm probably just gonna end it here, boys, and then I will figure it out, and maybe we'll do a test stream. Well, I guess the test stream won't work because it doesn't come in until like 4 hours into the stream. But I might have to just switch it to OBS, or like find a forum where someone has, like, figured out what's actually doing it. Yeah, but it gets progressive. Like, this is the same pattern that's happened before. Like, it gets progressively worse as time goes on, and then it will eventually just, like, the stream will keep crashing, like, fully. I mean, I'll personally finish watching the vid. I gotta, like, I'm going to my grandma's tomorrow to clean. So I'm gonna, like, drive to her house, which is like 30, 40 minutes away, and then drive back, and you know what I mean? So I'll definitely personally finish the video. I'm not. But yeah, I'll have to figure this out over the next few days. I thought I had corrected it by switching encoders and setting up the settings to their recommended rate. But I was hoping that reconnecting would be able to fix this issue, but reconnecting does nothing. It just, YouTube just keeps geeking out. My CPU temps are fine. My Streamlabs is fine. I mean, like, I start getting warnings now, but that's because, like, the connection to YouTube. And it's been an update from YouTube. So I'll have to figure out what I'm going to do. Yeah, check out Mentis Wave. Started a new stream, like, right? But oh my god, you guys guessing like what might be the issue is not helpful at all. And like, I don't know, it frustrates me because I'm stressed now, and I shouldn't take it out on you guys. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you guys thank you so much before the stream crashes from whatever the fuck is going on at YouTube. And before I can figure out a way to counteract it, I might have to set up OBS. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the support. Follow me on Twitter. Follow me on the Discord. I'll be on Biblical Anarchy's podcast Thursday, right? So I definitely need to finish this. And, you know, worst case scenario, I'll be on OBS and, like, I won't have as many, like, bells and whistles, but we'll get it figured out. Then I try plugging off the microwave in my house. I'm on an Ethernet cable, all right? So it's not affecting my Wi-Fi signals. You know what I mean? Like, I'm plugged in, boys. You know, unlike Zulu, I'm not using Wi-Fi here. I appreciate you guys, and like I said, join the Discord, and I'll get the situation fixed one way or the other. Peace.